The patience of stone. The routine conquest.
In 600 years of expansion, the formula had never failed. In 600 years of expansion, the Vreth hegemony had never received a surrender that took more than 3 days. Fleet Commander Salveth included this fact in the opening line of his report to the Council, not as a boast, but as context, a baseline, the way one might note the average rainfall before explaining why the harvest was good. The third planet of the yellow star at grid reference 7 Theta 9 had been flagged by a long-range probe 18 months prior. Primitive electromagnetic emissions, carbon-oxygen atmosphere, one dominant species, land-based bilateral symmetry, tool use confirmed, no energy shielding, no faster-than-light capacity, no evidence of orbital weapons platforms, standard Class 3 target. Salveth had personally overseen 14 Class 3 conquests. The formula was precise. Arrive with overwhelming force, destroy 3 to 5 population centers of significance, wait for the broadcast of capitulation, install the governor's apparatus, leave a garrison of 4,000. Done. The species would spend the next 2 centuries providing labor and raw materials for the hegemony, and by then they would have forgotten there was ever another option. He deployed 300 ships. He expected to be home before the cold season. The bombardment was scheduled to begin at the planet's dawn, local time. Salveth had learned that targeting population centers at the beginning of a work cycle maximized psychological impact. People watching their morning routines interrupted by orbital fire tended to lose cohesion faster than those struck in darkness, when they were already isolated and indoors. He was finalizing the strike sequence when something came through the communications array. Before the first weapons had fired, before a single city had been touched. It was, his translator worked at it for a moment, music. Ancient recordings from the sound of them, strings and brass, layered in a way that seemed to him simultaneously chaotic and structured, which the translator noted was a feature of human aesthetic tradition rather than a malfunction. Between the musical transmissions, voices, not pleading, not offering terms, shouting something in dozens of distinct languages that the translator rendered after some effort as a single repeated concept. We are still here. Salveth noted the anomaly in his log. He attributed it to long-range sensor detection of the incoming fleet, an automated broadcast protocol, perhaps, or a final transmission from a population that had been watching them approach for weeks. He proceeded with the bombardment. 7 cities, simultaneous, clean. He watched the thermal blooms on his display. The music continued. He did not flag it for escalation. By day 3, Salveth had expected at minimum a partial surrender from one of the planet's major political entities. Instead, his ground scan teams reported something they had not encountered before. The surviving population was moving toward the destroyed cities, not away from them. They were excavating the rubble, pulling out infrastructure, digging. The species was burrowing. He filed an amended timeline estimate with the Council. 3 days had become, he projected, perhaps 12. Stubborn species occasionally required a second demonstration before the psychological break occurred. He had seen it before on Keth 4, a beetle-like species that had held out 9 days before their leadership collapsed. 9 days was the hegemony record. He ordered a second bombardment wave. The humans continued to dig.
The long grind.
The resistance was supposed to break. It didn't. On day 30, Salveth promoted his tactical analyst. The promotion was not for success. It was because his previous analyst had failed to predict the first major development. The humans had begun launching counterstrikes. Small things. primitive kinetic projectiles fired from deep bunkers, using trajectories that somehow anticipated breath interception algorithms. Not all of them. Perhaps 1 in 40 got through, but 1 in 40 over the course of 100 launches per day was a number that began to matter. What disturbed his new analyst, a methodical female named Census, was not the damage. The damage was tolerable. It was the pattern change. Every 48 hours, the trajectory algorithms the humans used shifted completely. Not randomly, deliberately. As if someone on the ground was watching how breath interceptors responded, writing it down and adjusting. "They are running experiments," Census told him, and he heard something in her voice that he did not like. "They are losing," he told her. "Continue." On day 31, xenologist Vendas submitted her preliminary cultural assessment of the target species to the Expansion Council. She had been studying intercepted human transmissions, pre-war entertainment, news archives, political broadcasts, personal communications recovered from satellites. She had been doing this for 18 months, since the initial probe flagged the planet. She was, by the time the bombardment began, possibly the foremost Vreth expert on human psychology, which made her the only Vreth who was frightened. Her report was 40 pages. The council read the summary. She included in the summary a linguistic finding she considered critical. The human language family contained a word with no direct Vreth equivalent. Spite. She had found it difficult to translate. The closest rendering was the act of accepting harm to yourself in order to deny benefit to another. Not strategy, not survival. The choice to hurt yourself if it meant the other side also hurt. She had found this word across every human language she had studied, in some form, under different sounds. The same concept, recurring, as if the species had needed a word for it badly enough to invent one independently, dozens of times over. The Council's response to her report was 4 words: continue standard conquest protocol. Ground Commander Vothka had pacified 11 worlds. He landed his assault force on day 90 with the expectation of encountering a broken population. 3 months of sustained orbital bombardment was, in his experience, more than sufficient. What remained below was usually desperate survivors, malnutritioned, leadership fractured, fighting in small, uncoordinated pockets. Easy work. Grim work, but easy. What he found instead were soldiers. Not well-equipped soldiers. Not healthy soldiers. They were thin in a way that suggested caloric restriction for months. Their equipment was patched, improvised, salvaged from ruins. They communicated with technology that should have been obsolete. But they moved like soldiers who had been fighting for 90 days and had made peace with dying on day 91 if that was what it took. They did not hide from the Vreth assault force. They were waiting for it. Vothka's field report to Solveth contained one line that was not standard military notation. He had written it, he later said, because he could not find the proper terminology. They do not fight like a species defending territory. They fight like a species that is angry. On day 200, xenologist Vendas requested and received a second audience with the Expansion Council. She had spent 4 months studying human military history, not theory, history. She had wanted to understand what their species did when threatened across time as a pattern of behavior rather than a single data point. What she found had kept her awake for 3 weeks. She presented 12 examples, 12 instances from human history alone of conflicts lasting longer than 10 years. Not skirmishes, not border disputes, full wars. She included the casualty figures. She included the documentation of social collapse, famine, plague layered on top of the conflicts, and the fact that in 10 of the 12 cases, the species had kept fighting anyway. She had found records of humans fighting a war that lasted, by their calendar, 100 years. 100 years. Not one species. Not one political entity. Humans fighting other humans for a century, and when it ended they had rebuilt and fought again within a generation. She had also, by this point, identified the recordings broadcast on the first day of the engagement, the music that the Fleet Communications Array had intercepted before any city fell. A symphony composed in a besieged city, by a man writing it as the bombs fell around him. A choral work composed by a composer who had been deaf for decades before he finished it, who had never heard a single note of his greatest work performed. A war dance from an island people, 800 years old, that translated approximately as, "We are still here." She had played these recordings many times. She had reached a conclusion about them that she could not include in her official report because she could not make it scientific. They were not a coincidence. Humans, when threatened, reached for the things they had made in their darkest moments. They played music written by people who had refused to stop. She believed this was in itself a form of communication, a message that required no translation. She had not included this in the summary. She should have. This species has a concept, she told the council, that they call attrition. She defined it, the deliberate acceptance of unsustainable losses in order to outlast an opponent who is also taking unsustainable losses, but who will reach their limit first. They do not measure victory in battles, she said. They measure it in who runs out of willingness to bleed. She put a figure on the display, the total number of Vreth ships lost to date versus projected replacement capacity, versus human adaptation rate for their counter-strike weapons. She did not need to annotate it. The math was visible. The council deliberated for 4 minutes. The head of the Expansion Bureau said, "No species in hegemony history has sustained resistance past 120 days. We are currently projecting full capitulation within 60. They had been projecting full capitulation within 60 days for the past 120 days. The session was closed. Veendas walked out of the council chamber and, for the first time in her professional life, did not know what to do next. On day 300, Salveth's daily status report required 3 more pages than usual. The additional pages covered the loss of 3 ships to upgraded human missile defense systems, the 3rd day in a row at that rate. The detection of supply convoys moving from the human species' secondary colonies in the outer reaches of their solar system, passing through Vreth blockade corridors using approach vectors, his tactical AI rated as improbable but not impossible. The discovery that his tactical AI had now classified human improvisation as a formal unknown variable, which meant it had given up trying to predict it. He reviewed the numbers. The hegemony's industrial capacity was not strained, not significantly. He was losing 3 ships per day, but the replacement pipeline was running. The humans were not, by any conventional metric, winning. Their cities were rubble. A significant percentage of their original military force was gone. Their production infrastructure was distributed and improvised rather than centralized and efficient. On paper, they were losing. But the number that kept returning to him at the end of each day's review was the ratio. Ships committed to this single conquest versus total ships committed to all other active operations. He had never, in 14 conquests, committed more ships than he arrived with. He was now running at 412. He requested an additional 200 ships from Fleet Reserve. The council approved.
The final reckoning.
Every battle the First Army lost was a lesson the Second Army would use. On day 400, Quetzaz brought Salveth a decrypted intercept. Vreth Signal's intelligence had finally broken one of the rotating human military encryption protocols. a process that had taken 3 months because the humans changed their codes on an irregular schedule, which turned out to be harder to crack than a regular one. What they found inside was not a battle plan. It was a private communication. Senior Human Military Command early in the conflict, day 23. The document had the tone of people being honest with each other in a room where they believed no one else was listening. The assessment was precise. They could not win, not with their current capacity, not against Vreth numbers and technology. The math did not work. Their casualties were unsustainable. Their industrial output, even at maximum improvised capacity, could not replace what they were losing. They knew. They had known since day 23. The communication continued, but every engagement the document noted produced data: Vreth weapon frequencies, Vreth tactical patterns, Vreth response times to unexpected maneuvers, Vreth psychological pressure points, the moments where Vreth commanders became cautious or overcommitted or hesitated. Every battle lost was a lesson. The human military leadership had made a calculation. They could not win this war, but if they lasted long enough, they could study the hegemony thoroughly enough to win the next one, or the one after that. They were, with every engagement, building a complete picture of how the Vreth fought. They were not fighting a war. They were conducting a curriculum. Quetzaz set the document on his console. They intended to lose, she said, slowly enough to learn from it. Salveth read the intercept twice. He did not respond. On day 500, Fleet Captain Ron Soth of the carrier Unbroken Precedent ceased responding to tactical commands. He did not defect to the humans. He did not retreat. He held position at the edge of the engagement zone and transmitted a message to Fleet Command, with a copy forwarded simultaneously to the Expansion Council. The message read, "I have been fighting this engagement for 430 days. In that time, we have expended more ships than our previous 6 conquests combined. We have lost more crew than our previous 6 conquests combined. The planet below is still fighting. I am not refusing orders because I am afraid. I am refusing orders because I can read a table of figures. We are in an attrition engagement with a species that invented the concept. We are the side that will run out first. I will accept disciplinary action. I will not send more of my crew into this. Someone has to say it." The council ordered Ron Soth arrested and his ship reassigned. By the time the arrest order was processed, 14 other captains had transmitted their acknowledgement of his message, with no further comment. The council did not know what to do with that, so they noted it in the record and moved to the next agenda item. On day 600, the humans launched their counteroffensive. Salveth watched it unfold on his tactical display in silence. He had expected a counteroffensive eventually. He had assumed it would be recognizable, the surviving remnants of the original human military, depleted and desperate, throwing themselves forward in a final surge. Easy to break, possibly even useful, a decisive engagement that would finally end this. What deployed from the planet's surface was not the army he had been fighting. The equipment was different, not better, different. Adapted. The weapons carried signatures he half recognized. Vreth targeting frequencies, reversed. Vreth tactical formations, mirrored. Vreth communication protocols, repurposed. The soldiers moved like nothing he had encountered in 14 conquests. They moved like people who had spent 600 days studying exactly how Vreth soldiers moved, and had built their entire doctrine around countering it. Quetzaz said very quietly from beside him, "These aren't the soldiers we've been fighting." She was right. The original human army, the one that had held the line for 600 days, trading losses for data, was largely gone. What had come out of the ground was the generation that came after. They were the second generation, recruited before the war was 3 months old, trained in shelters and bunkers, while the First Army held the line above them. Young soldiers who had spent 600 days doing nothing but studying the Vreth, learning Vreth weapons, learning Vreth tactics, learning Vreth psychology, the moments of overconfidence, the habitual formations, the hesitations, fed every piece of intelligence the First Army had gathered, engagement by engagement, as the curriculum was written in real time. The Vreth knew nothing about them. Saul Veth understood in that moment what he had been watching for 600 days, not a defense, a curriculum. Humanity had known from day 23 that the first generation would not win this war. So they had spent 600 days turning the war into a school, learning everything there was to know about the hegemony, and pouring that knowledge into the generation that would come after. They had been stubborn enough and long-suffering enough and spiteful enough to hold the line for 600 days so that the next generation could fight from a position of complete knowledge against an enemy that was still learning their names. He stared at the tactical display and thought about the word the xenologist had found. Spite. He had thought it meant something small, personal, petty. He understood now that in the right hands, spite could move mountains. Fleet Commander Saul Veth had spent 51 years in the service of the Vreth hegemony. He had overseen 14 conquests. He had received surrenders from 11 species. He had written the protocols for post-conquest governance on 3 different worlds. His record was considered exemplary. He opened a transmission channel on the standard frequency. He said 4 words. We request cessation terms. In 600 years of hegemony expansion, no Vreth commander had ever said those words. He sat very still after the transmission ended and listened to the sound of a precedent ending.
The xenologist's report.
She had survived to write one final report, and this one she knew would not be ignored. Xenologist Veendas was among the Vreth personnel captured when the flagship was boarded on day 604. She had expected a cell. She received a room with a window. She expected interrogation. She received 3 meals a day and a human researcher who wanted, with evident genuine curiosity, to understand Vreth language structure. The humans, she noted, were rebuilding the cities. She had watched them from her window, carrying materials into the rubble of what had been a major population center before the bombardment. Clearing, sorting, constructing. They were angry. She could see that in the way they moved, in the clipped urgency of their gestures. But they were building while they were angry. She did not have a word for that in Vreth either. She was eventually asked, by a human official with the studied courtesy of someone who had learned Vreth diplomatic protocol from a text, if she would be willing to write a report on humanity for the hegemony's future reference. She considered it for a long time. She wrote one line. Do not start a war of attrition with a species that invented the concept. She submitted it. It was, she reflected, the first report she had written in 2 years that she was certain would not be ignored.
We will not speak of this. The decree. The closed session.
The Vreth Expansion Council convened in closed session on day 607. The chamber had been swept for listening devices. The attending scribes, of which Council Secretary Yale Koss was the most senior, had signed non-disclosure instruments. The room's air recyclers had been switched to internal loop to prevent audio emission through ventilation systems. Yale Koss noted all of this in the session record, then noted that the session record was itself classified at the highest tier, then noted that she was now the 3rd most senior official in the hegemony who knew this record existed. She wrote the date. She waited. The council head, first among arbiters Sealdan, opened the session with what he called a procedural review of the conquest operation at grid reference 7 Theta 9. Yale Koss translated this in her private notation as, "How do we explain this?" The facts, as recorded in the classified archive she had spent 3 days sealing, were as follows. Fleet Commander Saul Veth had transmitted a request for cessation terms on day 600. The humans had accepted. Saul Veth was currently in transit back to Vreth space aboard a transport, under a status that had not yet been formally defined, because no Vreth regulation existed for a fleet commander who had surrendered. The Vreth hegemony had existed for 600 years. In 600 years, no Vreth commander had ever surrendered. Sealdan cleared his throat and said, "We will discuss the reclassification of this operation." The council's decision, reached after 4 hours of deliberation, was this. The operation at 7 Theta 9 would be reclassified as an ongoing strategic engagement, suspended, not concluded, pending resource reallocation review. Fleet Commander Saul Veth's transmission would be reclassified as an unauthorized communication. All records related to the engagement outcome would be sealed at the highest classification tier for a period of not less than 50 years. No member species of the hegemony was to be informed. Yale Koss recorded all of this, as was her function. She did not record her private assessment, which was that the decree would last approximately as long as it took the humans to notice that the Vreth were pretending the war had not ended.
The archivist's problem.
Yale Koss had been council secretary for 22 years. In that time, she had sealed 43 classified documents, 8 tactical assessments, and 2 sets of proceedings related to council members under investigation. She understood classification. She understood its uses, its limitations, and the specific ways in which it worked and did not work. It worked when the information was already contained, when the people who knew could be counted, when the evidence existed only in Vreth records. It did not work when 600 days of combat had involved multiple species intelligence networks, 600 Vreth ships with thousands of crew members each, supply chains across 4 star systems, and a planetary population of several billion humans who had, by all accounts, been recording everything. She spent 2 days going through the sealed archive. 600 days of daily fleet dispatches, 3 tactical analysts' complete work logs, the xenologist Veen Dass's 3 submitted reports, all marked recommendations disregarded, the defection communication from Captain Ron Soth, and the 14 acknowledgement transmissions that followed it. Saul Veth's personal log, unredacted, which she suspected he had intended as exactly that. The final battle records, the cessation terms. Then she spent an hour thinking about the humans. They had spent 600 days conducting what their own military leadership had called a curriculum. They had documented every engagement. They had captured Vreth communications. They had, as the final battle records noted with some precision, entered the last day of fighting with weapons calibrated specifically against Vreth systems, suggesting their technical intelligence was nearly complete. She had a question that she could not ask anyone, so she wrote it in the margin of her private notes and looked at it for a long time. Did they record ours?
The fracture. The vessels.
Intelligence Director Mail Soth delivered his report to the Council on day 609. 2 days after the classified decree, 3 human vessels had been identified near the borders of hegemony member worlds, one near the Kethali Confederation, one in the outer transit lanes adjacent to sewer space, and one. This was the part that male Soth delivered with particular care, already in orbit above the second world of the Doll Compact, having apparently been in transit before the cessation terms were signed. Sealdan asked if the vessels could be intercepted. Male Soth said that 2 of them could, depending on current fleet positioning. He added, as a factual notation, that intercepting the vessels of a species with whom the hegemony had just signed cessation terms would constitute an act of war within 12 hours of said terms taking effect. There was a pause. Sealdan said, "What are they carrying?" Male Soth said that intelligence was working on that. He did not say that intelligence already had a reasonable suspicion, because saying it aloud in this room would require him to record it in the session transcript, and he was not ready to do that yet. The council decided to lodge a formal diplomatic protest through the cessation framework about unauthorized Vreth-adjacent transit by human vessels, a phrase that Yale Koss recorded without expression and privately noted was likely to read, to any human who received it, as confirmation that the Vreth were exactly as alarmed as they appeared to be. She wrote it down. She thought about the xenologist's word. Spite.
The Veendas problem.
Council head Sealdan summoned Yale Koss to private consultation on day 611. He wanted to know the current legal status of xenologist Veendas. Yale Koss consulted her notes. Under cessation terms, Veendas was classified as a non-combatant research official who had been in Vreth fleet presence during the engagement. She had not been evacuated before the flagship was boarded. She was currently held, and this was the precise language, as a diplomatic guest of the Terran Provisional Authority, pending formal repatriation discussions. "Can we demand her return?" Sealdan asked. "We can request it," Yale Koss said. "The cessation terms include provision for repatriation of non-combatant personnel within. Can we silence her?" Sealdan said, in the tone of a man who was aware he was asking the wrong question and had run out of right ones. Yale Koss considered the question carefully. She said, "Xenologist Veendas has spent 18 months studying human psychology in depth. She is, by the hegemony's own internal assessment, our foremost expert on human communication, motivation, and behavior. She wrote 3 reports during the engagement warning us about the specific risks of this outcome. All 3 were disregarded." She paused. "I do not believe," she said, "that she would be easy to silence under any circumstances. I further believe that any attempt to do so would be reported to the humans, who are currently in a position to treat that information in whatever way seems most useful to them." She paused again. "Additionally," she said, "she appears to be talking to them voluntarily." Sealdan did not respond for a long moment. "Record this meeting as a resource assessment," he said finally. Yale Koss recorded it as a resource assessment.
What the vessels carried.
Intelligence Director Male Soth's full report reached Yale Koss's desk on day 614. The human vessels had distributed information packets. The packets contained complete battle records from the human military for all 600 days of the engagement, fleet loss figures for both sides, weapon adaptation documentation, specifically how human countermeasures had evolved in response to Vreth tactical adjustments, the intercepted communication from day 23 in which human military leadership had formally assessed that they could not win the war and decided to fight it anyway, along with their stated reasoning. The cessation terms. The packet did not include analysis, no political framing, no claims about what the information meant or implied. It was simply, here is what happened, here is what we lost, Here is what they lost. Here is why we chose to continue. Draw your own conclusions. Yale Koss read the intelligence summary twice. Then she read it a third time, specifically looking for the human propaganda component, the inflammatory language, the exaggeration of casualties, the vilification of Vreth command. She was looking for something the hegemony could label as misinformation and use to discredit the packets. It was not there. The figures the humans had released matched the Vreth classified figures to within acceptable margin of error. The account of the final battle, including the Vreth tactical failures, was as best as she could verify accurate. The cessation terms were reproduced verbatim. The humans had told the truth. She sat with this for a while. It occurred to her, sitting there, that the humans had probably always intended to do this. They had kept records for 600 days, not just because they were building a tactical curriculum, because they intended to use those records afterward. They had known or guessed that the Vreth would attempt to suppress the outcome, and they had moved first. The vessels had been in transit before the cessation was signed. The humans had prepared the information packets while the war was still ongoing. They had not waited to see if the hegemony would tell the truth. They had ensured the truth was already in circulation before the hegemony had the opportunity to choose. She thought of the xenologist's word again. Spite. No, not spite. Not exactly. She did not have a word for what this was. She was beginning to understand that this was a recurring problem when dealing with humans.
The flood. The inquiries.
Over the following 30 days, Yale Koss processed 47 diplomatic inquiries from member species. None of them were aggressive. None of them were accusatory. Several were phrased with the particular careful courtesy that indicated the sender was aware they were asking something sensitive and had decided to ask anyway. The Catholic Confederation asked whether the hegemony had any formal documentation on the engagement at 7 Theta 9, noting that they had received some information from external sources and wished to compare it with official records. The Sewer Cooperative asked whether the cessation terms created any precedent for the resolution of other outstanding resource disputes within hegemony space, a question whose implications Yale Koss did not immediately understand, then understood precisely, then wrote down very carefully. 4 separate species asked, through various diplomatic phrasings, whether there was an established protocol for requesting Terran diplomatic contact. The hegemony did not have a protocol for requesting Terran diplomatic contact. Until 3 months ago, humanity had been a Class 3 conquest target. There had been no expectation of protocol. Yale Koss processed each inquiry according to standard procedure, logged, referred to the council pending response. She was efficient. She made no errors. She filed 47 pending responses in 47 days. The council did not respond to any of them. She noted this in her private record, then noted that the pending inquiries were accumulating faster than the council was addressing prior ones. Then noted that she had begun to find this pattern familiar in a way she found difficult to characterize professionally.
What the hegemony was actually afraid of.
On day 645, the council convened in closed session again. Yale Koss sat in her chair with her recording instrument and waited. Sale Dan said, "We have maintained 600 years of stability because the hegemony has never lost." He paused. The information that the hegemony has lost is now in the possession of 47 member species, and through them, eventually every species we have ever conquered, every species we have ever subjugated, every species that has spent the last 2 centuries providing labor and raw materials while we told them there was no alternative. He paused again. "We are not afraid of the humans," he said. "We are afraid of what they have given away." Yale Koss wrote this down. She wrote it down very carefully because she wanted the record to be precise, and because she was thinking of Veen Dass's second report, the one about attrition, the one about what humans measured victory in. The humans had not measured victory in battles, not in territory, not even in the cessation terms, which were, by any standard, remarkably moderate, no reparations demanded, no Vreth territory claimed, no punitive conditions imposed. They had measured it in something else. They had measured it in information. Specifically, the information that the hegemony could be beaten, distributed as widely as possible, as accurately as possible, to as many species as possible, freely, without cost, without strings, without comment. 600 years of hegemony expansion had been built on a single premise that every conquered species had to accept. There is no point in fighting back. Not because it was wrong, because it was futile, because the Vreth could not be beaten. The humans had spent 600 days demonstrating, in exhaustive and now widely distributed detail, that this was not true. That was the curriculum, not for the next generation of human soldiers, for everyone else.
The archive. The last inquiry.
On day 700, Yale Koss received an inquiry that had been routed through the standard diplomatic channel, which was unusual because the sender was not a diplomat. It came from the administrative office of one of the species the hegemony had conquered approximately 80 years prior, a species that had, by the hegemony's assessment, been fully integrated into the labor and resource framework, and were considered stable. The inquiry asked whether the hegemony's classified records on the engagement at 7 Theta 9 were available for academic research purposes. If not, could Yale Koss direct them to sources that might have relevant documentation? They had heard, the inquiry noted, that a very complete account of the engagement existed. They were, the inquiry noted, very interested in the human approach to sustained resistance under asymmetric conditions. Yale Koss held the inquiry in her hands for a long time. Then she wrote a response. She directed them to the Cessation Framework's Public Documentation Index, which the humans had, as part of the cessation terms, insisted on making openly accessible to all parties within hegemony space. She submitted the response. She sat in her archive, surrounded by 645 days of sealed records that were already, she knew, largely redundant. She wrote one line in her private notation. What the hegemony could not keep was not the secret, it was the silence. She closed the file. Outside her window, the diplomatic inquiry traffic continued to accumulate.
We did not know what welcome meant. The approach. Arrival.
Ambassador Shenvel of the Cathali Confederation had spent 11 months preparing for this mission. She had read every available document on the engagement at 7 Theta 9. First, the Vreth classified assessment, leaked through channels that had not existed 8 months ago and now were simply ordinary. And then the human battle records, which the Cessation Framework's public index had made available to anyone who requested them. She had read xenologist Veen Dass's 3 reports, which an academic on her staff had translated from Vreth into Cathali over the course of a week. She had reviewed the cessation terms 4 times. She had arrived, she believed, informed. The approach to Earth's orbital station took 6 hours. She spent most of them at the viewport. The station was not what she had expected. She had expected fortifications. She had expected the particular aesthetic of military power, the angular, the imposing, the design to intimidate. The hegemony built stations in this style, all straight lines and visible weapons emplacements, so that arriving species would understand immediately what they were dealing with. The human station was the nearest equivalent she could find in the hegemony's administrative language, which had been the language of diplomacy for 200 years, and which she had grown up thinking in when official matters required precision. Was the Vreth word functional? But it wasn't quite right, because it implied the absence of other qualities. The station was functional, but it was also lit warmly, and it had windows, large, curved windows that seemed to serve no military purpose, arranged in a pattern she suspected was simply beautiful. There was a garden visible through one of them. Not a food production unit. A garden. The docking protocol was efficient and entirely free of the procedural theater the hegemony used to establish hierarchy. There was no waiting period while the dominant party demonstrated they had better things to do. The human flight controller spoke to her pilot in clear, direct language, assisted them through the docking sequence, and said, at the end, something that her translation unit rendered as "thank you for your patience," which was a phrase she had never previously heard directed at a visiting diplomatic vessel. She stood at the hatch and waited. The hatch opened. A human was standing on the other side.
The greeting.
She had studied human physical characteristics in the briefing materials. She had understood, intellectually, that humans were smaller than the Vreth, roughly comparable in height to Kethali, but differently proportioned, broader in the shoulders, with a facial mobility that the briefing materials described as unusually expressive for a primate. She had seen photographs. She had not understood, until this moment, how much of a human's communication happens in their face before they speak. The human waiting for her was smiling, not the bared teeth display that some species used as aggression. Something more complex. She had read about human smiling, had read that it could mean many things, but the briefing materials had not quite conveyed the specificity of warmth that this particular expression contained. The human extended a hand, palm up, then apparently remembered that Kethali did not have the same grip anatomy, and adjusted, not awkwardly, but smoothly, as if this were simply a matter of logistics, to the Kethali formal acknowledgement gesture, which involved a slight bow with hands flat at the sides. The bow was slightly wrong. The angle was off by perhaps 5 degrees, the human said in Kethali, with an accent that indicated perhaps 6 months of study. "Welcome to Earth, Ambassador Shenvel. I am Director Osai. We are very glad you came." Her translation unit was not needed for this. She had not expected them to learn Kethali. She followed Director Osai through the station corridor, her 2 staff members behind her. She was cataloging the things that did not match her models. The station crew they passed looked at her, openly, with what she had learned to read as human curiosity, but did not move to establish hierarchy. No one positioned themselves above her. No one required her to walk behind. Director Osai moved at her pace and offered, without being asked, context about the station. When it had been built, what it was used for, which section was currently being expanded. She had spent 11 months preparing to negotiate from a position of deference. She had not prepared for a tour.
The city. The city below.
The shuttle descended through cloud cover into gray morning light. The city spread across the coastal plain beneath them, and Shenvel looked at it for a long time without speaking. The destruction was visible from altitude, the geometric absence of blocks where buildings had stood, The contrast between the dense older city and the cleared sections that were now foundations and frames, and the bright colors of new construction materials. 600 days of bombardment had done this. The city was still full. She had seen aerial records of hegemony pacification operations. Subject cities after conquest were quiet, the population reduced, dispersed to labor assignments, the streets functioning at reduced capacity, the remaining citizens moving with the particular careful visibility of people who had learned not to draw attention. She had grown up in a city like that. She recognized the absence she had expected to see. This city was not quiet. There was scaffolding everywhere, and on the scaffolding were workers. And in the streets below the scaffolding were other people, walking, transporting materials, sitting in the open spaces between construction sites in the pale morning light. There were children. She noted this with some specific attention, because hegemony subject cities moved children indoors during official visits. The children were not indoors. Director Osai, sitting beside her, said, "We're landing near the reconstruction district. I thought you might want to see it directly rather than from a summary report." "How long until completion?" she asked. Osai considered. "This district, another 2 years roughly. For the full city, 5, maybe 6 years. We're doing it in stages." "You are not concerned," she said carefully, "about the appearance of the damage." Osai looked at her with an expression her translation unit couldn't assist with. "No," he said. "Should we be?" She did not answer. The Vreth, she knew, would have directed any diplomatic visit away from evidence of damage, not from shame, precisely, but from the logic of power. What is visible can be assessed. An assessment leads to inference. An inference reduces the unknowable quality that made dominance stable. The hegemony controlled information about its vulnerabilities as carefully as it controlled everything else. The humans had published their vulnerability in exhaustive, annotated detail and sent it to 3 member species before the war had officially ended. She was beginning to revise her models again, and she was not yet certain what she was revising them toward.
The question.
They walked for 2 hours through the reconstruction district. Director Osai had a particular way of moving through the city. He greeted people, by name or by a gesture she came to understand as general acknowledgement, and the people responded in kind. No deference, no performance of hierarchy. She watched a worker on a scaffold call something down to Osai that her translation unit rendered as a good-natured criticism of his footwear choices, and Osai looked down at his feet and laughed. She had been in meetings with hegemony officials for 11 years. She had not seen a hegemony official laugh at something said by a worker. "Ambassador," Osai said, "I hope you'll forgive the direct question, but I've been wanting to ask since we received your mission brief. What do the Cathali eat?" She stopped walking. "I beg your pardon. We've been trying to prepare appropriate food for your stay," Osai said, "and the information we have on Cathali dietary requirements is limited, mostly secondhand through hegemony administrative records. And those records seem to be primarily focused on labor capacity rather than, what people actually enjoy eating." She looked at him for a moment. In 11 years of hegemony diplomatic work, no one had asked what the Cathali enjoyed. They had asked what the Cathali could provide. They had asked about quotas, about production targets, about compliance metrics. When they asked about Cathali nutrition, it was in the context of maintaining adequate labor output. "We are," she said slowly, "primarily protein-forward in our diet. Some grain, we have seasonal preferences, there is a root the Cathali cultivate that we consider." She paused. There was not a word in Vreth for what the root was. In Kethali, the word meant something between beloved and ancestral. Important, she finished. Osai nodded with visible interest. Could you tell me more about it? I'd like to get it right if we can source it. She told him about the root. She did not know why. She told him that it grew in the highland regions of Kethamara, the Kethali home continent, that its cultivation had been practiced for 800 years, that there was a particular variety grown only in the river valleys that tasted different from the commercial strain, and that Kethali living off-world considered it something to be saved for significant occasions. She was an ambassador. She had not discussed food in an official diplomatic context before. She was not certain she had discussed food at all in the past several years in a way that was not logistical. Osai listened to all of it and asked 2 follow-up questions and made a note. She walked beside him and felt with some precision that something in her preparation had failed to account for this.
The offer.
The formal session convened that afternoon in a building that had been reconstructed in the past year. She could tell from the materials, still bright, the walls not yet settled into the texture of an occupied space. A long table, human officials on one side, her delegation on the other, the standard geometry of negotiation. She had 3 prepared positions. Position A, an alliance of mutual defense and intelligence sharing. Position B, a trade and communication agreement with a mutual defense clause. Position C, a simple diplomatic normalization, acknowledgement of the contact, agreement to continue discussions, buying time to assess. She was prepared to spend 3 days negotiating from A toward C if necessary. Director Osai opened the human position. He said, "We'd like to understand what the Kethali want." She waited for the rest of the sentence. He said, "That's the main thing. Honestly, we've read the hegemony administrative records, the ones that were in the information packets, and the ones we've gathered through other channels since. They're mostly resource and compliance documentation. They don't tell us much about what Kethali actually want for the Confederation, politically or economically or otherwise. So before we talk about what we can offer, we'd like to know what you'd be hoping to get out of a relationship with Earth." Shenvel looked at him. She looked at her delegation. Her deputy, Hailven, was keeping his face carefully still in the way he did when he was as lost as she was. "What we want," she said. "Yes," Osai said. "What you want, for the Confederation. Long-term, short-term, any of it." Shenvel had been in diplomatic service for 11 years. She had negotiated trade adjustments, quota modifications, infrastructure allocation appeals, labor classification disputes. She had been, by any measure, a skilled practitioner of hegemony-adjacent diplomacy, the specific art of working within constraints that did not change, toward outcomes that were bounded by what was permissible. No one had ever asked her what the Kethali wanted. The question sat in the middle of the table, and she looked at it and did not have an answer. Not because the answer was complicated, because in 200 years of hegemony membership, the Kethali had not been in a position where the answer was relevant, and the practice of knowing what you wanted genuinely, for its own sake, as a starting point rather than a fantasy, had not been maintained. She realized she had been silent for longer than was professionally comfortable. "I need," she said carefully, "to consult with my delegation." Osai nodded. "Of course. We'll take a break."
The word. The side room.
The side room the humans showed them to was small and had a window overlooking the reconstruction work. Someone had left water on the table. Shenvel noted the water was the correct temperature for Kethali physiological preference and did not ask how the humans had known this. Her deputy Hailven sat across from her. Her research at Ashe Sevnath opened her notes. "Position A," Shenvel said. Sevnath read it back. Mutual defense and intelligence sharing. The Confederation agrees to share hegemony operational intelligence accumulated over 200 years of membership in exchange for a commitment to human military response in the event of hegemony retaliation against the Confederation. Yes, Shenvel said, but that's what we have to offer, that's not what we want. Hale then said after a moment, safety. That's a condition, Shenvel said. A threshold, not a want. Sevnath said, trade access, routes outside the hegemony allocation system. Also a condition. Shenvel pressed her hands flat on the table. If we had safety and trade access and the hegemony were no longer a constraint, what then? What would the Confederation do? The three of them sat with this. The reconstruction noise came through the window, steady and rhythmic. The sounds of work proceeding without apparent direction, just the aggregate of individual tasks that added up to a city. It was Hale Ven who said it. Return, he said. I think we would go home. Kethali who are off-world would go back to Kethamara. Many of us are not on the home world because we chose to leave. We are where the work assignments sent us. And the work assignments serve hegemony production needs, not Kethali. He stopped. Shenvel looked at him. Not Kethali life, she finished. The room was quiet. She thought about the River Valley route that tasted different from the commercial strain, the one that Kethali living off-world saved for significant occasions. The significant occasion being, she now recognized, that they were eating something from home.
Back to the table.
She returned to the table and sat down. Osai looked at her. He had the patient quality of someone who was not performing patience. She said, the Kethali want to go home. She said, 200 years of hegemony resource allocation have distributed our population across 19 star systems based on labor needs. Kethamara is not fully populated. We have been away, most of us, because we were sent away not by force but by the structure of a system that was not designed with our interests as a variable. We want the freedom to determine where Kethali live, based on what Kethali want. She paused. We want, she said, for that question to be answerable. We are not certain we remember how to answer it. We have not had occasion to practice. Osai did not say that is outside the scope of this negotiation. He did not say what concrete deliverables can the Confederation provide in exchange. He did not say any of the things that the framework she had studied for 11 years would predict. He said, that makes sense. He said, I'll tell you what we can do. We can't relocate a population. That's not something in our power or, frankly, anyone's right to do. But we can work on the preconditions. The hegemony's hold on Kethali labor allocation is a function of your formal member status and the dependency structures that come with it. If those change, the allocation system changes with it. We've been thinking about what a different structure looks like, voluntary cooperation instead of obligation, and we'd like to think about it with you, if you're willing. There was a word in Kethali, very old from before the hegemony. She had encountered it in historical texts and had not had occasion to use it in her professional life, because it described a relationship that had not existed in living memory. The word meant something between ally and kin by choice, specifically. Someone who helps you not because it serves them, but because they have decided your interest is worth caring about. The concept assumed a freedom of decision on the helper's part. It assumed that nothing was owed. The Kethali did not have much use for a word like that in the current era. She looked at Director Osai. Willing, she said, yes.
The report. The transmission.
Ambassador Shenvel's official report to the Kethali Confederation Council was transmitted on day 8 of her Earth mission. It was, by the standards of the form, appropriately brief. It covered the human position on the proposed framework, the areas of preliminary agreement, the items to be developed in subsequent sessions, and her assessment of human diplomatic intent. Her assessment of human diplomatic intent read, in full, genuine. I have found no evidence of the expected concealment strategies. The humans appear to mean what they say, which creates a significant interpretive challenge for standard diplomatic analysis, and which I believe requires a revision of the frameworks we have been using. She included, which was outside the standard format, one personal observation. She wrote, "The humans asked on the first day what the Kethali want. I did not have an answer. I believe we should work on having one, independent of this negotiation and independent of any external relationship, not because it is relevant to diplomacy, but because the question is one we should be able to answer for ourselves. I am aware this is not standard diplomatic reporting. I have included it because I believe the question is more important than the negotiation. The negotiation has many possible outcomes. The question has only one right answer, and it is ours to find." She submitted the report. She looked out the window at the Earth City, still loud with construction, still going about the accumulated business of recovery and building, and the ordinary motion of a species that had decided to continue. Then she found the word she had been reaching for, the old word, the pre-hegemony word, and wrote it in her personal log under the heading Earth, and looked at it for a moment. It had been a long time since the Kethali had had occasion to use it. She thought they might need to remember it.
What victors do. The processing. Capture.
I was captured on day 611. The cessation had been formally announced on day 601, but the cessation was not the same thing as the fighting stopping. There were Vreth units that had not received the order, and human units that had not received it either, or had received it and did not believe it. And there were 10 days of what both sides would later call unfortunate incidents, and that I would call the worst 10 days of my life. I was subcommander of the 14th Expeditionary's 3rd Ground Division. We had been cut off from fleet communication for 19 days by the time the ceasefire reached us, through a human private who walked to our position under a white flag and delivered it verbally, because she did not have a way to transmit in Vreth encoding and had decided, apparently, that this was a problem she could solve by just walking over. I could have killed her. I did not. I have thought about that decision many times since. I had some understanding of what happened to prisoners in Vreth engagements. I had participated in 3 conquests before this one. The Vreth approach to captured combatants depended on their utility. Those with intelligence value were processed, interrogated, and retained. Those without were interned in labor facilities until the pacification phase was complete, after which outcomes varied by local governance policy. The Vreth outcomes for captured combatants on pacified worlds were not something I cataloged in detail at the time. They had not seemed relevant to catalog. They seemed relevant now. I did not have an accurate model for what humans did with prisoners. Our intelligence files on human behavior were extensive on some subjects and entirely absent on others. What I knew was that humans had fought for 611 days against forces with total orbital superiority, had lost an estimated 40 million dead in that time, and had won. I was attempting to calculate what that did to a species' attitudes toward the soldiers who had done the fighting. I did not arrive at a comfortable answer.
The facility.
The facility was approximately 40 kilometers from what had been, before the war, a city of 2 million people. I could see its outline on the horizon when they processed us through the intake yard. Or rather, I could see the shape of where the city had been, the flat geometry of cleared rubble and the occasional standing structure, dark against the sky. I had been part of the fleet that did that. I noted this fact and filed it in the category of information I would process when I had time, which I did not currently have. The intake process took 3 hours. A human administrator, civilian, I thought, from the absence of insignia, though I was not certain I could read human insignia accurately. Worked through the documentation with the assistance of a translation program and a Vreth-speaking colleague who appeared to have learned the language recently and was clearly proud of this fact. They recorded my rank, my unit designation, my length of service. They asked if I had any medical conditions that required treatment. I did not know what to do with this question. It was a Vreth intake question. We asked it, too, of prisoners with intelligence value because a prisoner who died before interrogation was a resource wasted. But the way they asked it, the tone of it, the placement of it in the sequence, between a question about my name and a question about dietary requirements, suggested that it was not asked for the same reason. I said I was uninjured. The administrator said good and made a note. I was assigned to a barracks unit with 7 other Vreth soldiers. The unit had sleeping spaces, washing facilities, and a communal area with a table. There was a window. It faced the horizon where the city had been. I spent the first night sitting on my sleeping pad, running probability calculations, and waiting for the other part of the process to begin. It did not begin that night.
The work. The assignment.
On the 3rd day, I learned that xenologist Veen Das was in the facility. I had not known her personally. She was a name that had appeared in the Council's internal memos as someone whose assessments were correct, and whose assessments were, for this reason, inconvenient. When the Council dismissed her work on day 200, I had heard the dismissal secondhand, filtered through Fleet Command as a statement that the Xeno-Intelligence Division was being restructured, which was the hegemony standard language for a decision it had already made and did not want examined. She was housed in a different section of the facility, separate quarters, I was told, reflecting her classification as a non-combatant research official rather than captured combat personnel. But the exterior yard was shared, and that was where we met. Sub-Commander, she said. Xenologist, I said. I was under the impression you had been reassigned. I was, and then I was captured. It has been an instructive sequence of events. She looked at me steadily. You should know that the humans have been very interested in my work, professionally interested. They asked excellent questions. I absorbed this. Did they? They asked nothing about fleet positions or tactical infrastructure. They asked about Vreth culture, Vreth history, Vreth psychology. She paused. They are trying to understand us. It is a very strange experience to be studied by a species that beat you. The work assignments were posted on day 4. My unit was assigned to Reconstruction Zone 7, which was the northeastern district of the destroyed city. We would join a mixed human-Vreth team doing. The document used a word my translator rendered as clearance and rebuild, and I read it 3 times before I accepted that this was what it said. We were being sent to help rebuild the city that my fleet had destroyed. I sat with this information for some time. I could not identify the tactical rationale. The city had no immediate military value. It was a civilian population center, and the population had mostly evacuated or dispersed during the bombardment. Rebuilding it would not benefit the human strategic position in any way I could calculate. It would take years. It would consume enormous resources. I could identify several possible explanations. All of them seemed inadequate.
The work.
The work team supervisor was a human woman named Cora, who wore a reflective vest and a permanent expression of mild preoccupation with logistics. She had been briefed, I assumed, on the nature of her mixed team, because when our group arrived she looked at us for exactly the length of time it took to count us, and then turned back to her site map. "Vreth crew, I need you on the east block," she said, through the translation unit she wore clipped to her collar. "There's a partial structure we're taking down before we can pour the foundation. Your team lead is Hassan. Follow him." Hassan was a human with a great deal of practical experience and a very calm way of explaining where to stand so that collapsed rubble didn't kill you. He spent the first hour teaching us, through demonstration and gesture and the patience of someone who has trained many people on many sites, how to clear structural debris in a way that was safe and systematic. He did not appear to have feelings about working alongside the soldiers who had destroyed this city. Or if he did, he kept them in a place I could not locate. I found I did not know how to interpret this. At midday the work stopped and everyone ate. Humans and Vreth at separate areas initially, not by rule, but by the ordinary gravitational logic of familiarity. And then, gradually, less separately, because the site had only so many places that offered shade, and the afternoon was warm. The human called Hassan ate near my group. He did not initiate conversation, but when one of my unit mates asked him, through gesture and the translation unit, what the building we were clearing had been, he answered without hesitation. "A school," the translation unit said. Ages, and then a range of human ages I could not immediately convert. My unit mate looked at the rubble. Then he looked at Hassan. Hassan looked back at him. Neither of them said anything. The moment lasted a few seconds, and then Hassan finished his food and returned to the site. I did not know what had passed between them. I was not sure either of them knew either. By the end of the second week, I had accumulated a considerable list of things that did not fit my model. The humans were rebuilding the school. This I had established. They were also rebuilding the surrounding residential structures, the road network, and a facility that my translator identified first as Civic Center, and then, when I asked for elaboration, as a place where residents came to handle administrative tasks, access legal resources, and this was where my translator apologized for the imprecision of the rendering, talk to someone when they needed help. I had no equivalent concept. They were doing this systematically, with what appeared to be genuine investment in the outcome. The supervisor Cora argued on day 11 with a human engineer for 40 minutes about the placement of a drainage system, because she believed the engineer's design was technically adequate, but she had spoken to the families who would eventually return to this district, and she knew they had specific concerns about flooding, and she wanted those concerns addressed. The families who would return. Yep. She was building for people who were not there yet.
The question. The question.
On the 31st day, I asked Hassan directly. I had been composing the question for 2 weeks. The translation unit was adequate for site instructions and concrete nouns, but I was not certain it could carry the specific weight of what I was trying to ask, and I needed it too. I had rehearsed several formulations and discarded them. The version I used was, "Why are you rebuilding this?" Hassan stopped what he was doing. He considered the question with the same thoughtful quiet he brought to structural problems, looking at the site and then at me. Because people live here, he said, or they will, when it's done. I tried to explain what I was actually asking. I am aware that this was a population center, I said. I am asking why you are investing resources in its reconstruction. The strategic calculus is not clear to me. The city has no immediate military value. The reconstruction effort is expensive. The population it will house is not yet present. I cannot identify the benefit to your position. Hassan looked at me for a moment. The benefit, he said slowly, like he was translating something from a language he'd always known into one he'd rarely had to speak, is that the people who used to live here get to live here again. That's the benefit. To them, I said, yes. Not to your strategic position. My strategic, he stopped. He rubbed the back of his neck. Look, we won the war. Winning the war means it's over. And when it's over, we get to choose what comes next. We chose this. He gestured at the site, the cleared rubble, the new foundation lines, the school taking shape in the East Block. We could have left it. We didn't. I thought about this for what was probably too long. On the worlds the Vreth conquered, I said, we did not rebuild. I know, Hassan said. The resources were allocated to infrastructure that served hegemony needs. The prior population, I stopped. I know, Hassan said again. His voice had not changed. He was not angry. He was not performing sympathy. He was simply present in the way he was always present on the worksite, paying attention, not performing anything. I do not understand why you are telling me this by showing me, I said. If the intent is to demonstrate your values, there are more direct methods, speeches, documentation, formal communications through the cessation framework. Sure, Hassan said, but you're here, the work's here. Seemed easier to just do it. He picked up his equipment and went back to work. I stood in the site for a moment longer, watching the East Block, where the frame of the school was beginning to be visible against the sky. Then I went back to work too.
The report. Salgeth's report.
To Vreth Hegemony Command, Prisoner Affairs Division from Subcommander Salgeth, 14th Expeditionary, 3rd Ground Division Re. Observational Assessment, Human Prisoner Facility 7, Day 61. This report is submitted under my rights as outlined in the Cessation Framework's Article 9 Prisoner Communication Provisions. I have now been held in this facility for 61 days. I have been treated in accordance with the Cessation Framework standards. I have not been interrogated. I have been assigned to reconstruction work in the adjacent civilian zone. I am writing this report because I believe the hegemony should have accurate information about what I have observed, and because I am aware that the information I have observed does not fit the standard assessment models, and that this gap between observation and model is itself significant. The humans are rebuilding the city. I want to be precise about what I mean by this, because the phrase is simple and the reality is not. They are not conducting minimal reconstruction for strategic purposes. They are rebuilding the city as it was. They are rebuilding the residential districts, the civic infrastructure, the schools. They are consulting with displaced residents about what they want the rebuilt city to include, and they are incorporating those preferences into the construction plans. The work is genuine. It is not a signal intended for external observation. There are no observers being brought to witness it. It is simply happening because the humans who survived decided that this was the appropriate response to a city having been destroyed. Xenologist Veendas, who is also held in this facility, and whose assessments I have found more accurate than any intelligence file I was given during the engagement, has suggested to me that this is consistent with documented human behavior after their own internal conflicts. Humans have, historically, reconstructed the territories of the enemies they defeated. She suggested I look at the historical record. I looked at the historical record. It is extensive. I do not know how to assess this information in terms that will be useful to hegemony strategic planning, because the framework I have been given for strategic planning does not contain the concept I am trying to describe. What I can tell you is this: the humans are not building an empire. I have looked for the signs, the extraction infrastructure, the resource prioritization, the governance systems designed to benefit the metropolitan species at the expense of the subject world. They are not there. What is there instead is something I do not have an accurate word for. A civilization that has decided, apparently on purpose, that the end state it is working toward is a world where the city exists and is inhabited and is ordinary. I asked one of the human workers why they were doing this. His answer was, because people live here. I have been thinking about this answer for 30 days. I believe he meant it exactly as he said it. No strategic calculation underneath. No long-term dominance model. People live here or will live here, and so this is what you do. The Vreth hegemony has conquered 41 worlds. We have never asked that question. We have never assumed that what people needed was a reason to answer it. I do not know what to do with this information. I am sending it because it seems important, and because I am a soldier and not a diplomat, and because I suspect the hegemony needs better information than it has been working with. Whatever framework you use to read this report, I would suggest checking it carefully. Filed under Cessation Framework Article 9, with the full expectation that this report will be read by human administrators before transmission. I find I don't mind.
The medic problem. The wound. Day 607.
I was wounded on day 607. The specific nature of the wound is in the medical records now, filed somewhere in the Cessation Framework's extensive bureaucratic memory, and I will not describe it in detail here, except to say that it was severe enough that I could not move independently and not severe enough to kill me quickly, which meant I was lying in the ruins of what had been a communications relay station, listening to the sounds of the fighting move away from me, and calculating how long I had. I had been part of an assault unit, third wave, secondary approach vector, tasked with clearing the station so our signals division could re-establish downlink to the fleet. We had cleared it. The signals division had not arrived. The cessation announcement had come through somewhere, or had not. I could not be certain, because our communication equipment was destroyed, and the humans had stopped firing but had not departed, and there was no standard Vreth protocol that covered the exact situation of wounded and immobile behind former enemy lines during a conflict that may or may not have ended. I calculated that I had approximately 14 hours before the wound became the primary problem, rather than the humans. I was wrong about which came first.
The arrival.
The human found me on the morning of day 608. She came in through the eastern access, which was the only intact entry point, moving carefully and quietly in a way that suggested she was alone and aware she was alone. I was positioned behind the collapsed relay console, which provided concealment but not cover, and I had my sidearm out, and I had already made the calculation that there was no version of this that ended well for me, but that I could at minimum make the next few minutes expensive. She stopped at the threshold and said something in a human language. I did not understand it. My translation unit was damaged. What I understood was the tone, careful, low, the kind of voice used when you were trying not to startle something. She held up both hands, open palms. I had read in intelligence files that this was a human gesture associated with non-aggression, though the files had been inconsistent on whether it was universal or regional. I kept the sidearm up. She stayed where she was. She said something else. Then she slowly, very slowly, lowered herself to sitting on the rubble, which put her at my level rather than above me, and set down the pack she was carrying and waited. I did not lower the weapon. She waited. After a period I cannot accurately estimate, my chronometer had also been damaged. She reached into the pack, moving with exaggerated slowness, and produced a container of water and set it on the floor between us. I watched her. She made no other movement. I was extremely thirsty. This was a complicating factor in my threat assessment. After further time, she reached into the pack again and produced a medical kit. I recognized it as human issue by the markings and set it beside the water. Then she leaned back slightly and crossed her arms, which seemed to be another low-aggression posture, and just looked at me. I looked at her. She had the particular worn expression of someone who had been operating at a high tempo for a very long time. She was not looking at me the way I expected to be looked at. There was no triumph. There was no cruelty. There was what I can only describe, in retrospect, as tired patience, the expression of someone who had a job to do and was going to do it and preferred not to make it harder than it had to be. I have spent considerable time since then trying to find a breath concept that captures what I was looking at. I have not found one.
The treatment. The work.
She was a combat medic. I determined this from the kit markings and from the way she handled the supplies, the automatic, unself-conscious movements of someone who had used these tools many times. She treated my wound. This is difficult to write about because treating my wound required her to approach me, and approaching me required me to not shoot her, and not shooting her required me to make a decision. I did not entirely understand at the time, and am not certain I entirely understand now. She moved toward me the same way she had done everything else, slowly, with her hands visible, watching my face, pausing when I tensed, waiting until something in my expression changed, then moving again. I did not shoot her. I have thought about this decision many times since. She worked for a long time. I do not know how long because of the chronometer, but the light through the gaps in the ceiling changed twice. She was thorough. She was gentle in a way that was also efficient, which I would not have thought could coexist before that day. When she needed me to move, she indicated it through gesture and waited until I had understood. I understood some of what she was doing, enough to know that it was skilled work and that it was working. The pain receded to a level that was still considerable, but no longer the primary input I was receiving. She gave me the water. I drank it. We sat in the ruins of the relay station, on opposite sides of what had been, until recently, a war.
Departure.
She had to leave. I understood this from her gestures, pointing toward the access point, back the way she'd come, with the particular body language of someone operating on a schedule. She was not, I thought, abandoning me. She was being called elsewhere. There was a difference, though I would not have been able to explain why I was confident in this distinction. Before she left, she gave me the remainder of the medical kit. All of it. She left the water container, full, and 2 rations, and made a series of gestures that I interpreted as, "Stay here, help is coming." Then she left.
The model. Processing.
Help did come. Breath cessation processing units, day 611. They found me in the relay station, where I had remained, and began the intake procedures for captured personnel, and I accompanied them out. I had the medical kit with me. I kept it. No one asked why. In the chaos of the cessation and the processing and the subsequent transfer to the prisoner framework, no one asked me why a breath assault specialist was carrying a human issue field medical kit. When I was eventually processed into the standard prisoner logistics system, the kit was cataloged as personal effects and returned to me. I still have it.
The attempt.
I have tried many times to construct a model that explains what the medic did. The Vreth framework is efficient on this question. Vreth medics treat Vreth soldiers because those soldiers have value to the Vreth war effort. The logic is clean. I would have understood it if she had walked past me. I would have understood it if she had taken my weapon and left. I would have understood a number of outcomes that did not include spending most of a day treating the injuries of an enemy combatant and leaving him her supplies. I have asked, through the cessation framework's contact mechanism, whether she was following orders. The response, when it came, said, no, not specific orders. There was a general directive to treat wounded when found and when safe. She had determined it was safe. I asked, why did she determine it was safe? The response said, she said you didn't shoot her. I have been thinking about this for a long time. I have been thinking about the moment she sat down on the rubble, the deliberate reduction of herself to my level. The hands open. The water set between us. The Vreth have a concept, tactical generosity. It means giving something to create an obligation, to shift the balance of a situation to your advantage. I looked for tactical generosity in what she did and could not find it. The gift was complete. There was no leverage. She did not stay to witness the obligation form. She just did the work. I have a colleague now, another Vreth assigned to the Reconstruction Administrative Unit who has worked with humans for 8 months. I asked him if he had a concept for it yet. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I think they just do it. I think it isn't complicated for them at all. I am still not sure whether that makes it easier or harder to understand.
The records.
My medical records, which are in the Cessation Framework Archive and which I have read, note that my survival was unlikely given the wound, the location, and the timeline. The human medic's treatment is credited in the notes as the determining factor. I have read this notation many times. I do not know her name. The contact mechanism records do not include it. She may not know my name either. She treated, according to a later filing I found through the framework records, 14 wounded personnel in a 40-hour period around day 608, Vreth, human, one Kethali contractor whose presence I have not been able to fully account for in the historical record. She was awarded something afterward. I do not know what. I have not tried to find her. I have thought about why, and the closest I can come to an honest answer is, I am not sure I would know what to say. Thank you is insufficient and I know it. The Vreth have formal acknowledgement structures for debts incurred in war, but they presume a framework, exchange, obligation, eventual balance that does not map onto what happened in that relay station. She did not create an obligation. She just helped. I do not have a word for what that is. I have the medical kit.
No word for it. The presentation begins. Opening.
Distinguished members of the Dressy Academic Council, I thank you for the time. I will be presenting today the findings from an 18-month study of human linguistic systems, which I undertook following the cessation of the Vreth-human engagement at 7 Theta 9 and the subsequent opening of human Dressy scholarly exchange under the Provisional Cooperation Framework. I should note that the Dressy are not members of the hegemony and had no direct involvement in the engagement. We came to this study as neutral observers through the post-cessation scholarly exchange framework. I believe this context is relevant to what I found. I will note, before I begin, that I did not expect this presentation to be unusual. I have presented linguistic analyses to this body 4 times. The previous 3 analyses covered Vreth tonal compression systems, Kethali gestural grammar, and the hegemony's administrative language evolution over the past century. These were, I trust, interesting work. None of them produced the feeling I have been unable to set aside for the past 6 months. I ask for your patience. The finding is difficult to describe, and I have come to believe that the difficulty in describing it is itself part of the finding.
The data.
Human languages number, at last count, approximately 6,200 active systems, with a further 2,000 documented but no longer in common use. This is, I will simply say this plainly, unusual. Species with interplanetary travel typically converge on 1 to 3 primary languages within their first few centuries of spacefaring. Humans have not done this. They have approximately 6,000 active languages and appear, from available data, to be actively working to keep it that way. This is relevant context. Please hold it. My methodology was standard. I selected 47 human languages representing the major families, studied grammatical structure and lexical systems, and conducted a comparative analysis looking for universal structures and notable divergences. This is the same methodology I applied to the other 3 studies, and I expected to produce a similar output, a catalog of interesting variations on common themes. I found the common themes. I also found something else.
The finding. The concept.
I found a concept that exists in some form in 43 of the 47 languages I studied. I have since expanded my study to include 212 languages. The concept exists in 187 of them. I have informal data from colleagues who have surveyed human languages I have not personally reviewed, and the pattern continues. The concept, broadly stated, is this: a form of care directed toward beings you have never met, will never meet, and have no direct relationship with. Not sympathy, which the dressy have, which most catalogued species have, sympathy being the capacity to recognize distress in another. Not obligation, which the Vreth have in elaborate formalized structures, which the Kethali have through different mechanisms. Not strategic alliance, which every spacefaring species has. Something different, something that operates without relationship, without obligation, without even the possibility of reciprocity.
The examples.
I will give you examples because I believe examples are the only way to approach this clearly. In one of the major Western human languages, there is a word that translates approximately as the awareness of suffering happening right now somewhere to beings you will never encounter. Not grief, not urgency, a quiet awareness accepted and carried. In a second language family, there is a grammatical tense used specifically for actions taken on behalf of those who are not present. This tense is used for laws, for infrastructure built to last beyond the builder's life, for medical research on diseases the researcher does not have. It is grammatically distinct from the future tense and from the subjunctive. It encodes, structurally, a relationship to future strangers that requires no benefit to the self. In a third language, a relatively small language spoken by fewer than 4 million humans, there is a word that means the specific feeling of wanting good things for someone who will never know you wished it. This word is positive. It is not a burden or a sorrow. It describes something that functions in human emotional taxonomy, the way satisfaction functions, a complete state, not a lack.
The translation problem.
I present this to you now, having returned from 17 months embedded in human academic institutions, and I ask you to do what I did, try to translate it. Not the words, the concept. Find the dressy concept that captures what it means to feel on a regular, ongoing basis, something functioning like care for beings you will never meet and who will never know you exist. I spent 3 weeks on this when I first encountered it. I consulted the full, dressy lexical archive. I brought the question to 7 colleagues in adjacent fields. We do not have it. I checked the Vreth lexical systems, which are the most extensively documented non-human language family we have access to. The Vreth do not have it either. The Kethali do not. The hegemony's administrative languages, which are, I will note, built from 17 contributing species' linguistic heritage, do not have it. It may be unique to humans.
The implication. The structural argument.
I want to be careful here, because I am aware that this presentation could be read as a kind of sentimental argument, and I am not making a sentimental argument. I am making a structural one. Language encodes what a species thinks about. The existence of a grammatical tense requires that a significant number of speakers over a long period of time found that relationship, acting for future strangers, sufficiently common to need a dedicated structure. You do not build grammatical tenses for rare events. The word for wanting good things for a stranger who will never know you wished it. This is not a rare word in the language that has it. It is common. It is used in ordinary conversation. It is the kind of word a child learns. I am suggesting that this concept, whatever we want to call it, given that we have no word for it, is not unusual for humans. I am suggesting it may be routine.
Evidence in practice.
I have spent 6 months since returning trying to understand what this implies. Here is what I have so far. Humans built the cessation framework. They built it to cover not just the Vreth who fought them, but species they had no relationship with, species who were subjects of the Vreth, some of whom had provided logistical support to the Vreth engagement. The framework made no distinction. Everyone was covered. Humans have research programs dedicated to diseases that do not affect humans, that affect only species they have, in some cases, never met. I have reviewed the funding records. These programs are not small. Humans write literature, a significant portion of their literature, about the inner lives of beings who do not exist. This has been noted by xenologists before, but the linguistic context changes what it means to me now. They are exercising, I think, the same capacity, imagining the experience of strangers, caring about the outcome.
The closing.
I cannot tell you what to do with this information. I am a xenolinguist, not a policy analyst. I can tell you that for the first time in 4 analyses and 20 years of comparative linguistic work, I left a study unsure of what I had found. Not in the sense that the data was unclear. The data is very clear. In the sense that I found a concept I could not fully hold in my mind because I did not have the structure to hold it. We may need a word. I have been thinking about what that word would mean, about what it would feel like to add it to dressy, to have a structure for. This thing that happens when you think about a stranger's well-being and find that you care about it, and there is nothing in it for you and you care anyway. I find I am not uncomfortable with the idea of having that word. This may already be happening to me. I will take questions.
63 requests. The log. Introduction.
This is a logistics report, not a personal record, and I am going to note at the outset that the framing of it as a logistics report is somewhat dishonest, because I intend to discuss things that are not strictly within the scope of logistics reporting. I am putting it in the logistics report format anyway because that is the format I understand, and because the conclusion I have arrived at is, in its own way, a logistics conclusion. My name is Vel Kaz. I am a VRETH logistics coordinator. I was captured on day 584 and assigned upon processing to the Reconstruction Administration Unit in Zone 7. My work assignment is supply chain management for the reconstruction crews, which is to say that I receive requests for materials and resources, and I process them through the human supply network. I am good at this. I was a logistics coordinator before the war, and I am a logistics coordinator now. The human systems are different from the VRETH systems in several respects, but the underlying logic is the same. Things are needed in place B, and I ensure they move from place A. I have been doing this for approximately 8 months. In the 4th month, I began to notice something about the requests coming from Supply Officer Daniela Martinez.
The pattern.
Supply Officer Martinez is the human administrator assigned to Crew Station 7-4, which has a reconstruction workforce of approximately 200 personnel, roughly 60% of whom are VRETH POW workers. In the first month of my assignment, Supply Officer Martinez submitted the standard complement of supply requests: materials, equipment, replacement parts. This is unremarkable. Every crew station submits these. In the second month, Supply Officer Martinez submitted the standard complement plus 3 additional requests: 1 for increased ration allocation for the POW workers, 1 for a medical screening for all crew station personnel, and 1 for a rest period extension during a stretch of extreme heat that had affected Zone 7. I processed these requests. The ration increase was within authorized parameters. The medical screening was authorized. The rest period extension was authorized. I approved them and moved on. In the 3rd month, Supply Officer Martinez submitted 4 additional non-standard requests. In the 4th month, 7 additional non-standard requests. I began in the 4th month to keep a separate log.
The requests. Selected examples.
I will describe some of the requests. Request 23. Additional insulation material for the POW worker barracks, specifically for the north-facing sleeping quarters, which Supply Officer Martinez noted received less sun and were colder than acceptable for health standards. She had taken temperature measurements herself. She submitted them with the request. Request 31. An increase to the daily water allocation for workers on the excavation teams, citing specific temperature and exertion data that she had apparently collected over 2 weeks prior to filing. Request 38. 3 additional hours of unscheduled time per week for all crew personnel, which she labeled in the request form as free time with no associated work requirement and no productivity justification attached. Request 44. A formal recommendation for commendation for 4 specific VRETH workers by name, citing specific contributions to the reconstruction timeline. I had to escalate this one twice before it was approved, because the commendation system had not previously been applied to POW personnel and required a policy determination. Request 51. Inquiry into translation services for recreational materials, specifically asking whether human entertainment content could be made available in VREF language formats for off-hours use. Request 55. A formal welfare inquiry on behalf of a worker designated KETH4, filed after Supply Officer Martinez learned, through the Cessation Framework's family communication channel, that his adult son had been killed in the final days of fighting. The request was for a 3-day work exemption in a category she labeled bereavement leave, which had not previously been applied to POW personnel. It required legal review to determine whether the category could be extended. The review took 36 hours. It was approved. I had not known the worker had a son. I looked at my records after the approval came through. KETH4 had been assigned to my crew station for 4 months. I had processed requests on his behalf, the ration allocation, the insulation, the rest extension. I had his name in my files. I had not known he had a son. Request 58, a proposal to establish a regular joint meal period for VREF and human crew members, voluntary participation, with a note that she had informally surveyed both groups and found interest on both sides. 63 requests over 6 months. I counted 63 requests that went beyond what was authorized, or that pushed to the edge of what was authorized, or that created new categories that had not previously been authorized, and therefore required me to escalate them up the chain until someone decided whether they were authorized or not. All 63 were eventually approved. I began to wonder why Supply Officer Martinez was submitting them.
The question. The meeting.
VREF logistics culture is efficient on this question. A coordinator submits requests for what is needed. Needs are defined by operational requirements. You do not request more than what is needed, because requesting more than what is needed wastes processing time for the logistics chain and creates friction in the supply network. This is basic. I could not find the operational requirement for request 38, the free time. I could not find the operational requirement for request 51, the entertainment content in VREF language. I requested a meeting with Supply Officer Martinez. She came to my station on a Monday. She is a short human, approximately 40 years old by my estimate, with the particular expression of someone who has filed a great many requests and has not been surprised in a while. She sat down across from me and waited. I showed her my log. She looked at it for a long time. Then she said, "You've been tracking these." I said, "Yes." "I would like to understand the operational requirement." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What do you mean by operational requirement?" I explained. Each request requires a justification for processing. I can attach standard justifications, health standards, productivity metrics, retention factors, but I want to understand the underlying requirement. What outcome are you optimizing for? She looked at me for a while. Then she said, "They are people. I'm trying to make sure they are okay."
The framework problem.
I thought about this for several days. They're people. I'm trying to make sure they are okay. In VREF, we have a framework for this, welfare management. It addresses basic needs because workers who have basic needs met perform better than workers who do not. This is the operational requirement. This is what Supply Officer Martinez should have said. She did not say this. She said, "They're people. I'm trying to make sure they are okay." I ran several interpretations of this. In each one, the phrase "they are people" seemed to be doing a significant amount of work, as though it were itself a justification, as though being people were sufficient reason for being made okay, without reference to their operational utility. I do not have a VREF concept for this. I have been thinking about it for 2 months. In the meantime, I have continued processing Supply Officer Martinez's requests. In month 7, she submitted 11 additional requests. Month 8, 9 requests, though 2 of those were consolidations of previous requests she had been following up on. I have approved all of them that were within my authorization and escalated the others, and they have been approved above me. I have started noting in my log which requests are for VRETH workers specifically and which are for the whole crew station. Most are for the whole crew station. Supply Officer Martinez does not, as far as I can determine, make a categorical distinction. She submits requests for the humans the same way she submits requests for the VRETH. They're people. I am trying to find where this logic bottoms out, what the basic unit is, what criterion a being has to meet to qualify. In VRETH frameworks, it would be utility or alliance or obligation. I keep looking for the underlying framework and I keep arriving at none. There is no framework. There is just the assessment. These are people and the behavior that follows from it.
Request 64.
This week I filed 64 requests. 63 of them were the standard complement for my station, plus processing of Supply Officer Martinez's latest submissions. One of them was mine. I filed a request for expanded VRETH language materials for the administrative unit. Not entertainment. I was not ready for that yet. Reference materials. Technical documents in VRETH formats, which would allow me to work more efficiently. I attached a standard productivity justification. The justification is accurate. It will also allow me to work more comfortably, which I was aware of when I filed it and which I did not include in the official justification because I was not certain at the time that I was allowed to use that as a reason. I am less certain now that I was right about that. Supply Officer Martinez approved the request in 4 hours. She added a note that said, "Good call, let me know if you need anything else." I have been thinking about that note for 3 days.
The children problem. The policy. Assignment.
I have been managing Zone 12 transitional housing since the 8th month of the post-cessation period, and I want to be clear before I describe the problem that I have found the work largely unremarkable. The humans administer a functional, if redundant, bureaucratic structure. Their supply chains are adequate. Their documentation standards are inconsistent in format but thorough in substance. I have adapted. My name is Sanvel. I am a VRETH administrative coordinator. Prior to the cessation, I managed logistics and allocation for a mid-tier resettlement compound in the outer territories. The work is not dissimilar. Displaced persons require housing, medical services, food allocation, and records processing. These are the same things regardless of species. Zone 12 houses approximately 1,200 persons at full occupancy. Roughly 40% are VRETH, mostly administrative staff and reconstruction workers assigned to the sector, plus a smaller number of former POW personnel still awaiting full resettlement. The remaining 60% are human, civilian displaced persons, reconstruction workers, and what the human coordinators call mixed-status households, which is to say families. The facility functions. My satisfaction ratings from the human oversight body are adequate. I am told this is better than most transitional administrators of my tenure. I am filing this report because of the children. In my 3rd week, I reviewed the Zone 12 Rights and Allocation Framework, which is the foundational document governing how housing, medical access, and grievance procedures are administered in this facility. Article 7, Section 3 states, without qualification, all residents of the facility, regardless of age, hold equal standing under the framework. I read this twice. I queried the human liaison, a woman named Coordinator Ash, for clarification. She said, "Yes, that's correct." I asked, "At what age does a resident qualify for full standing?" She looked at me for a moment. Then she said, "There is no age threshold. All residents hold standing." I said, "Including the children?" She said, "Especially the children." I noted this in my log as a probable translation issue and continued processing the intake forms for that week. We had 43 new arrivals. 11 of them were under the age of 12. I filed housing allocations for all 43 as per policy.
The first encounter.
The first time I processed a grievance filed by a child, the child was 7 years old. His name was Finn. His complaint was that the heating unit in room 14C was making a loud sound at night and he could not sleep. The complaint was correctly formatted. Coordinator Ash later told me that Finn's mother had helped him file it, but the form was in his name as the affected resident, which is standard procedure. I processed it. I dispatched the maintenance request. The heating unit was repaired within 24 hours. The complaint was resolved. I sat with that for a while. In VRETH administrative structure, a child of 7 has no standing to file a grievance. A child of 7 is a dependent, allocated to the responsible adult in their household, and any complaints relating to their welfare are filed by that adult. This is logical. The child cannot be held accountable for the accuracy of their report, cannot be sanctioned if the complaint is frivolous, cannot sign a resolution agreement. I looked at the resolved complaint in my system. Finn, room 14C, heating unit, resolved. The file looked exactly like every other resolved file. It was not different in any way I could point to. I simply had no framework for it.
The accumulation. Selected cases.
I will describe some of the cases. In month 2, a child named Deo, age 9, was assigned a meeting with our facility counselor. The meeting was not requested by her parents. It was triggered automatically by a flag in her intake assessment. She had indicated on the standard well-being survey that she was having difficulty sleeping. I looked at the protocol. The protocol states that any resident reporting sleep disturbance for more than 2 weeks is automatically scheduled for a counselor session. The protocol does not have an age floor. I noted this in my log. I processed the scheduling. The meeting occurred. The counselor flagged in her notes that Deo was adjusting well and should be monitored. I filed the monitoring note. In month 3, I was asked to approve an allocation of recreational materials for the facility's common areas. The requisition came from the Human Social Programming team and included, among other items, a quantity of construction blocks, drawing paper, and something called a sand table. I approved the requisition. I later observed, passing through the common area, that these items were in active use. Several children were using the construction blocks. One child was drawing. I stood there for a moment longer than I had planned. In month 4, a woman named Mrs. Osai came to my office to discuss her daughter's housing assignment. Her daughter was 4 years old. Mrs. Osai wanted the room reassigned. She was on the 3rd floor. Her daughter was frightened of the elevator and the stairs were difficult for the child. She was asking whether a ground floor unit was available. I checked. There was one. I transferred the assignment. Mrs. Osai thanked me. I told her it was standard policy. She looked at me in a way I could not categorize and said, "It's more than that." I did not know what she meant. I have been thinking for several months about the operational justification. In VRETH administrative theory, there is a concept called developmental resource priority. It states that resources allocated to children are investments in future productivity. justified by the expected return over a full productive lifespan. This is the standard rationale for nutrition allocation, medical access for dependents, shelter guarantees. You protect children because they will eventually become productive adults, and the compound interest on a healthy child is favorable. I tried applying this framework to what I observe here. It does not fit. The humans do not appear to be applying this calculation. When Finn filed his heating complaint, there was no productivity calculation. When Deo received her counselor session, no one assessed her expected future contribution to justify the allocation. When Mrs. Osai's daughter received a ground floor room, the justification was not return on investment. The justification was, she is frightened of elevators. She is frightened of elevators. This is the justification. I have checked. I reviewed 12 months of allocation decisions and grievance resolutions involving children in this facility. In none of the cases did I find a reference to expected future productivity. In every case, the justification was some variant of, this child has a need, this child has a need, is apparently sufficient.
The medical question.
In month 5, I processed a medical allocation request for a child named Yusuf, age 6, who required a surgical procedure that was classified as non-emergency but medically indicated. The procedure was expensive by facility allocation standards. I processed the request. It was approved at the facility level without escalation. I asked the medical coordinator, Dr. Varma, how the cost-benefit determination was made for non-emergency pediatric procedures. She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "We don't do a cost-benefit determination for a 6-year-old." I said, "What is the decision tree then?" She said, "Does the child need it?" I said, "Yes, that's established." She said, "Then we do it." I said, "What is the threshold below which the procedure would not be approved?" She said, "There isn't one." I wrote this down. I wrote, "There is no lower threshold." I sat with that for a while. In VRETH medical allocation, every procedure has a cost-benefit analysis, and the analysis includes, for dependent minors, a projected productivity offset calculation. This is standard. This is how you allocate finite medical resources rationally. I asked Dr. Varma whether they used a different calculation framework. She said, "We use the question, does this child need it?" I said, "But how do you decide?" She said, "San vel. He's 6. We just do it." Yusuf's procedure was completed in month 6. He was back in the common area within a week. I watched him from my office window one afternoon. He was playing with the construction blocks. He had built something that did not look like a structure so much as an explosion, blocks radiating outward from a central point, the kind of assembly that has no evident function. He seemed satisfied with it. I have been running the question, what is the threshold, for 11 months now, across every category of resource allocation: housing, medical, food, recreation, counseling, grievance processing. In every category I have found the same answer. There is no threshold. The threshold is this a person? And the children are persons. I still cannot find where this logic originates. I have read the post-cessation framework documents, the transitional housing protocols, the rights allocation standards. None of them explain it. They all simply state it, as though it requires no explanation, as though the statement children are persons is so obvious it needs no derivation. In 40 years of VRETH administrative work, I have never encountered a policy that required no derivation.
The picture. Mira.
Her name is Mira. She is 7 years old and has been a Zone 12 resident for 6 months. Her file lists her as a dependent in her mother's household. Her well-being assessments have been consistently rated as adjusting, not thriving, not struggling, adjusting, which Coordinator Ash has told me is the best realistic outcome for a child who lost her home. I have passed her in the hallway on perhaps a dozen occasions. She is small and quiet. She has, on 3 of those occasions, looked directly at me in a way that I found difficult to categorize, not fear, not hostility, something else. On a Tuesday in month 11, she stopped me in the hallway. She was holding a piece of the facility's drawing paper. She held it out to me. I took it. It was a drawing of a bird. The bird was blue. It had a large round body and small wings and feet that were anatomically improbable. The bird appeared to be standing on something that might have been a branch or might have been a line she had drawn because she ran out of space. She looked at me. I said, "What is this?" She said, "It's for you." I said, "Why?" She considered this for a moment. Then she said, "I don't know, I just wanted to." She left. I brought the drawing back to my office. I placed it on my desk. I sat with it for the rest of the afternoon. I do not have a Vreth framework for this transaction. A child I have spoken to on fewer than 3 occasions has given me a drawing of an improbable bird for no stated reason other than I just wanted to. There is no policy that explains this. There is no allocation that covers it. It is not a grievance, not a request, not a compliance matter. It is a drawing of a bird. I have been in administrative work for 40 years. I have processed tens of thousands of transactions, requests, complaints, allocations, resolutions. I have a framework for all of them. I do not have a framework for this.
The report.
I am filing this report as a policy clarification request. Specifically, I am requesting guidance on the operational derivation for Article 7, Section 3 of the Zone 12 Rights and Allocation Framework, which grants equal standing to all residents regardless of age. Over 11 months of facility administration, I have applied this policy consistently and without objection. Operationally, it functions. My question is not about the policy's function. My question is about its source, where the derivation begins, what the foundational logic is, what principle generates the conclusion that a 4-year-old who is frightened of elevators should receive a ground floor room, that a 6-year-old who requires surgery should receive it without threshold, that a 7-year-old's heating complaint should be resolved in 24 hours with the same priority as any adult's complaint. I have reviewed the framework documents. None of them provide the derivation. They all assume it. I am filing this as a clarification request because I believe I may need the derivation explained to me before I can fully understand what I have been implementing. I should note, for the record, that the drawing of the bird is on my desk. I have been looking at it for 3 days. The bird is technically incorrect in several respects. Its proportions are wrong. Its feet are wrong. It is blue in a way that no bird of any species I am aware of is blue. It is, I think, the most precisely accurate thing in my office. I do not know, yet, how to explain that. I expect I will file a follow-up report when I do.
What we built here. The commission. The assignment.
I want to begin by establishing my qualifications, because the events I am going to describe may otherwise seem like the errors of someone unfamiliar with their field. I am not unfamiliar with my field. I have designed urban infrastructure for 19 cities across 6 hegemony territories. I have rebuilt 4 cities that were damaged in various conflicts, including 2 that were damaged more severely than Meridian. I know how to reconstruct a city. I am very good at it. I was assigned to the Meridian Reconstruction Project in the 5th month of the post-cessation period as part of the bilateral knowledge exchange program, Vreth technical expertise paired with human local knowledge for reconstruction efforts. This was described to me as a partnership. I arrived prepared to partner. Meridian was a coastal city of approximately 400,000 before the war. It had suffered significant structural damage in the later stages of the conflict. Roughly 60% of the residential district, the old waterfront commercial district, and a substantial portion of the central civic area were destroyed or rendered structurally unsound. The harbor infrastructure was largely intact. The transit network required rebuild. I reviewed the damage surveys. I reviewed the pre-war architectural records. I prepared my first set of proposals. They were rejected. The proposals were rejected by the Meridian Community Reconstruction Council, a body of 12 residents, elected by the surviving population, with final approval authority over all reconstruction plans. I was informed of this governance structure before I arrived. I had assumed it was a formality. I reviewed the rejection notes. The council's chief objection to my residential district proposals was that the new buildings were not the same as the old buildings. I read this several times. Then I sent a clarification request to the project liaison, an architect named Sierra Okonkwo, asking what specifically about the new buildings was inadequate. I had improved ceiling height, load-bearing capacity, thermal efficiency, and flood resilience compared to the pre-war structures. I had incorporated the latest seismic stabilization methods. I had increased unit density by 14% without reducing livable square footage. Okonkwo came to my office in person to explain. She said, "They want the old buildings." I said, "The old buildings are destroyed." She said, "They want buildings like the old buildings." I said, "My buildings are better than the old buildings." She looked at me for a moment. Then she said, "I know, that's not really the issue."
The old waterfront.
Okonkwo took me to the waterfront the following morning. The old commercial district along the water had been a dense mix of structures: storage buildings, market spaces, small workshops, some residential above the ground floors. Most of it was rubble now, cleared into rough lines that approximated the old street grid. Here and there, a partial wall remained. I had walked this area before, but as a survey exercise, assessing what needed to go and what could be saved. I had not walked it the way Okonkwo walked it. She stopped at an empty lot on the corner of what had been, according to the pre-war maps, the junction of Harbor Street and 4th. She looked at the rubble for a while. She said, "There was a bakery here. Family had it for 3 generations. Open at 4 in the morning, you could smell it from the pier." I noted this. I said, "The new commercial zoning I've proposed for this block allocates square footage for food service operations." She said, "I know." I said, "The new structure will have better ventilation, wider storefront access." And she said, "Catherine, I understand. This is where the bakery was. I did not know what to do with this information. I wrote it down anyway. We walked for 2 hours. She told me about buildings, not their specifications, their histories. The school where 3 generations of the same family had attended. The small park where, according to the city's records, a particular tree had stood for 90 years before it was destroyed. The civic hall where, she said, every significant decision in the city's history had been made, where they had voted, argued, married, held funerals, celebrated. I am an engineer. I process information by looking for the underlying structure of a problem. By the end of the walk, I had begun to see the structure. The humans were not describing buildings. They were describing events that had happened in buildings. They were describing relationships between people and places, a specific corner, a specific door, a specific view from a specific window. They were describing a city that no longer existed except as memory, and they were asking me to help them build the memory back into stone. I did not have a category for this in my design framework. I went back to my office. I looked at my proposals for a long time.
The revision. The new method.
I redesigned my process. The standard approach to urban reconstruction is survey the damage, assess the need, design the optimal solution, build. The optimal solution accounts for current safety standards, projected population growth, resource efficiency, and future adaptability. You do not design for the past. You design for the next 50 years. I could not make this approach work in Meridian. I began conducting what I called memory interviews. I asked residents to describe in as much detail as they could what had been on the blocks I was assigned to reconstruct. Not the specifications, the experience. What did it look like from the street? What was the light like in the afternoon? Where were the gathering points, the places people stopped? What did the neighborhood feel like to walk through? This is not standard engineering practice. I want to note that for the record. The interviews were long. People remembered extraordinary amounts of detail. The color a storefront had been painted in 1987, the angle at which a particular alley caught the evening sun, the sound of a specific courtyard when it rained. They remembered dimensions in the way people who have lived somewhere for decades remember dimensions, not in meters, but in the body. It takes about 3 minutes to walk from here to there. You can fit 5 people abreast on the sidewalk if everyone angles slightly. I transcribed everything. It took me a month to realize that what I was being given was a different kind of architectural specification. In standard practice, a specification tells you what something must do. In Meridian, the specification was, what did this place mean to the people who used it? That is not a question I had previously been asked to answer in steel and concrete and glass. I made mistakes. My first revision for the residential blocks was better. The council approved most of it, but Okonkwo told me afterward that I had gotten the street-level proportions slightly wrong. The buildings were the right height, but the ground floor windows were too large, too modern, and the block felt different to walk down. Not wrong exactly, just not the same. I went back and looked at the photographs. She was right. I revised again. This time I measured window proportions from the photographs. I matched the eave heights from the pre-war survey records. I used the same street tree species, planted at the same intervals. The council approved it unanimously. I am an engineer. I have never been prouder of a technically inferior design.
The school.
The school was my most difficult assignment. The Meridian Primary School had stood on the same site for 87 years. The building that was destroyed was the second building. The first had been demolished and replaced in 1961. The surviving residents referred to it simply as the school, as though there were only one and could only ever be one. I interviewed the principal, a woman named Dr. Amara Mensah, who was 73 years old and had been the school's principal for 19 years before the war. She had attended the school herself as a child. She had sent her own children there. She came to my office with a folder of photographs. She had kept them through everything. She laid them out on my desk. She said, "I want you to understand what this building was." I said, "I am trying to." She said, "I know you are. I've seen your work on the residential blocks. You're getting it." She pointed to a photograph. It showed the front entrance, a wide set of steps, a pair of doors with arched windows above them, a small garden to one side, a crowd of children going in. She said the steps were important. This sounds strange, but children used to sit on those steps. After school, before parents arrived, during recess in good weather. The steps were where things happened, where friendships started, where arguments got settled. You can't design away the steps. Yep. I looked at the photograph for a long time. I said, I will not design away the steps. When Dr. Mensah left, I sat with the photographs. I thought about something she had said which I had not fully understood in the moment. She had said the steps were where things happened. She did not mean structurally. She meant that the physical space had been the container for events, that the specific configuration of those specific steps in that specific location had been part of the cause of countless interactions, friendships, decisions that would not have happened the same way anywhere else. The building was not storage for people. It was the site of a history. I looked at my design specifications. I had been working for the past 2 months with a new variable I had not previously included in my models. Where was this and what happened here? I had been treating it as a constraint, a set of requirements I had to meet. But sitting with Dr. Mensah's photographs, I began to think it was something else. It was the point.
The dedication. The opening.
The school was completed at the beginning of month 14. The opening ceremony was not large, perhaps 200 people, which is small for a city of Meridian's population, but representative, Okonkwo told me, of what could be reasonably organized given how many residents were still in transitional housing. Dr. Mensah spoke. Several parents spoke. A student from the previous school's graduating class, now 17, spoke. I stood at the back. I had been invited but had not expected to stay long. I had a site review in the afternoon. The children arrived for the first morning of school, and they sat on the steps, not because they were directed to, not because there was nowhere else. It was early, the doors had not yet opened, and the children, perhaps 40 of them, waiting with parents and older siblings, spread across the steps in the way children spread across steps when there are steps available. They sat. Some of them talked. Some of them looked out at the street. One of them, a small boy, was methodically counting the stairs by stepping on each one and then stepping back. I watched this for a while. Dr. Mensah found me at the back of the crowd. She looked at the steps. She looked at me. She said, "You got it right." I said, "I measured from the photographs." She said, "I know, but you understood why it mattered." I considered whether this was true. I thought about the months of interviews, the window proportions, the street tree intervals, the steps. I said, "I understood eventually that you were not building a school. You were building the place where the school had been, where a school had happened for 87 years and where you needed it to happen again." She nodded. She said, "The breath when you build something, what are you building?" I thought about this honestly. I said, "The best version of what is needed, optimized for the next 50 years." She said, "We're building the last 50 years into the next 50 years. That's the difference."
The report.
This is my final field report for the Meridian Reconstruction Project, submitted at the conclusion of the contracted 14-month assignment. I want to note several technical observations for the record, as they may be useful for other VRETH engineers assigned to post-cessation reconstruction work. Standard VRETH reconstruction methodology: optimize for future requirements, improve on pre-war specifications where possible, is not appropriate for human urban contexts. I do not say this as a criticism of the methodology. It is correct within its own framework, but it operates on a definition of function that human communities do not share. In VRETH practice, a building's function is what it does. In Meridian, and I believe in human communities generally, a building's function is also what it means, what it has witnessed, what it is the site of. These are not separable. You cannot build a better school on a different site and give it the same name and expect the same thing to result. The site is part of the school. The history of the site is part of the structure. This requires a different design input than I was trained to use. The input is, what happened here and who does it belong to and what does it need to be in order for that to continue? This input is available. It requires asking. I am returning to Vreth administrative territory at the end of this assignment. Before I leave, I visited the waterfront district one last time. The corner of Harbor Street and 4th, where the bakery had been, the new building is open. Different family, same location. The smell, I am told, carries to the pier on good mornings. I do not know whose memory that is now. I think perhaps it is beginning to be everyone's again. My recommendation for the program record: send engineers who are willing to be taught. The humans have things to teach us about why we build. I was not expecting that. I should have been.
The census. The mandate. The commission.
I have conducted non-essential activity assessments for 3 previous species integration programs. The Gethna assessment took 4 weeks. The Velhari assessment took 7. The AOL-RITH assessment, which was complicated by their distributed religious structures, took 11 weeks. I mention this to contextualize my initial projection of 6 weeks for the human assessment, which I submitted in month 1 and which I am revising now, in month 24, as I submit my final report. I was not prepared for the humans. I want to say this clearly because the extended timeline may otherwise appear to reflect poor methodology. My methodology was standard and correct. The humans required more time because there are more of them than there are of anything. The mandate I received from the Cultural Integration Office was standard. Catalog all human activities classified as non-essential. That is, activities not directly related to sustenance, shelter, reproduction, or labor. Assess the volume and social distribution of each activity type, and provide a recommendation regarding which activities could be reduced or regulated without significant impact on labor output or social stability. The working assumption behind this mandate is that non-essential activities represent recoverable productivity time, hours that could, in principle, be redirected to essential outputs. The assessment is intended to identify which activities are low attachment and can be reduced, and which are high attachment and should be managed carefully to avoid social disruption. I have completed the census. The report that follows does not contain the recommendations originally requested. In week 1, I began with what I expected to be the simplest category: visual art. I define this as the creation of objects or surfaces intended primarily for aesthetic appreciation rather than functional use. Paintings, sculpture, decorative craft. This is a common non-essential activity class across species. Most species with sufficient economic surplus produce some volume of it, and it is typically confined to a specific social stratum: artists, specialists, the economically comfortable. It is usually a small percentage of total social activity. My initial survey tool flagged 47 distinct subcategories of human visual art production. I queried the tool for a data error. There was no data error. I expanded my research scope. I found that human visual art was not confined to specialists. It was practiced, at varying levels of skill and regularity, by a significant percentage of the general population. Children were taught it in educational institutions. Elderly persons practiced it in social groups. Workers produced it in the evenings. The distinction between artist and non-artist, which in most species is relatively clear, was in the human case almost impossible to locate. I noted this and moved to the next category. The next category was music.
The scale of it.
I will describe what I found category by category as I originally organized the census. I will note where the categories required expansion or subdivision as the data exceeded my initial models. Music. I had anticipated a category similar to visual art, specialist production consumed by a larger audience. This is the model for most species. Humans produce and consume music in this way, but also in a second way that I did not have a category for. They sing, not specialists, everyone. They sing in social groups, in religious practice, at celebrations, alone in their homes while performing other tasks. The song is not the product. The singing is the activity. These are different things, and I had only one category for both. I created a subcategory, participatory music. It took me 3 weeks to finish the initial survey of participatory music alone. Sport. I had expected athletic competition as a spectator activity. I found athletic competition as a spectator activity, plus physical exercise as a solitary practice, plus team sport as a social bonding mechanism, plus children's play as a developmental activity, plus recreational movement as a mental health practice, all of which humans categorized under related but distinct frameworks, none of which mapped cleanly onto my original category. I split the category into 6. All 6 grew. Narrative. I had not initially included narrative as a category. Narrative, the production and consumption of stories, had not appeared as a significant standalone category in my previous assessments because, in the Geth Na Velhari and Aol Rith, narrative was embedded in religious practice and not easily separated. Humans produce narrative in every context, through every medium, at extraordinary volume. They have dedicated it a category of its own in their own cultural taxonomy. They call it literature, and separately from literature they have film, and separately from film they have theater, and separately from theater they have oral storytelling, and none of these categories are the same thing. I added narrative as a primary category and spent 6 weeks on its subcategories. In month 3, I discovered the problem I would spend the rest of the census trying to manage. The categories were not separate. Human art connected to human religion, which connected to human celebration, which connected to human community structure, which connected to human psychological function, which connected back to human art. Each category I opened contained threads leading into every other category. The visual artist painted images from religious tradition. The religious tradition was transmitted through music. The music was performed at celebrations. The celebrations reinforced community bonds. The community bonds were why the person made art in the first place. I had been attempting to treat these activities as discrete removable components. They were not discrete. They were a network, and the network was load-bearing. I noted this in my month 3 interim report and requested guidance on methodology. I received guidance to continue the census using standard methodology and submit full results at the 6-week mark. I submitted an extension request at the 6-week mark.
The findings. Field observations.
I will describe 3 field observations from the 2nd year of the census. In month 14, I attended a human funeral. I was there in an observation capacity, granted access through the Cultural Liaison Program. The person who had died was an elderly man, a reconstruction worker, known to a substantial portion of the local community. The event lasted most of the day. There was music, some of it performed by professionals, some of it sung by the attendees together. There were spoken narratives about the deceased stories, many of them. There was food, shared communally afterward. There was, I noted, significant physical contact between participants, embracing, hands held, that category of touch that humans use as a form of communication in high emotional intensity situations. I had previously classified funerals as a subcategory of religious ritual with a grief management function. After observing, I reclassified. The funeral was not primarily about managing grief. It was about constructing a shared account of a life, building, collectively, a version of the person that would persist after the person was gone. The stories were the mechanism. The music was the container that made it possible to stay in the emotional space long enough to do the construction work. The shared food was the physical anchor that said, "We are here together, and this happened, and it matters." Remove any of these elements, I noted, and the function does not occur at a reduced level. The function does not occur. In month 17, I attended a regional athletic competition, a football match in the human taxonomy between two neighboring city teams. My previous classification had this as a spectator entertainment activity with moderate social bonding function. I had estimated it as low attachment, the kind of activity that could be reduced without significant disruption to community cohesion. I watched approximately 30,000 humans in a stadium for 2 hours. I want to describe what I observed as precisely as I can because it did not match my model. The 30,000 individuals were not, functionally, 30,000 separate spectators. They were, for the duration of the event, a single entity with synchronized emotional responses, shared attention, and collective behavior patterns. They rose together, fell silent together, celebrated together with a unified physical expression, arms up, sound, movement that I would describe as a kind of distributed ecstasy. This occurred multiple times. Before the match, these 30,000 people had been strangers in the majority. During it, they were not strangers. After it, they dispersed, but something had happened to them that had not been present before. I lack the precise term. The human term is belonging. I revised my classification of athletic competition upward from low attachment to critical social infrastructure. In month 19, I observed a birthday celebration for a child turning 5. This was a small event, perhaps 15 adults and children in a domestic space. There was a cake with small burning elements on top, which the child extinguished by blowing. There was collective singing of a specific ritual song. There was the giving of wrapped objects which the child opened with a specific kind of anticipatory attention I do not have a breath word for. I had originally estimated celebration events as low attachment decorative behavior. I watched the child's face when the singing began. I withdrew the estimate. I did not file a revised one. I did not know what number to put on it.
The structural question.
In month 18, I had a conversation with my human research liaison, Dr. Ife Nakamura, who had been assisting with access and context throughout the census. We were reviewing the month 17 data. I said, "I am having difficulty locating the boundary." She said, "What boundary?" I said, "The boundary between what is functional and what is non-essential." I was tasked with identifying the non-essential. I cannot find it. She considered this. Then she said, "What have you found instead?" I said, "I have found that the activities I was asked to classify as non-essential appear to be the mechanisms through which humans maintain the social structures that make all other activities possible. The art, the music, the celebration, the ritual, they are not added to the society. They are what the society is made of." She nodded slowly. I said, "I was asked to identify what could be removed without significant impact on labor output or social stability. My finding is that there is no such category." She said, "No," I said, The mandate assumed that these activities were separate from the functioning of the society, that they were decorative, extra. She said, "We are not built that way." I said, "I understand that now." I did not understand it in month one. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "What are you going to put in your report?" I said, "The truth. I am going to put in my report what I found. I am going to recommend that the mandate be withdrawn because it is based on a false premise." She said, "Will they listen?" I said, "I do not know. That is not my department. My department is the Census. I have been doing cultural assessment work for 22 years. I have assessed 6 species in various stages of integration into hegemony structures. In every previous case, I found activities that could be described accurately as non-essential traditions maintained by inertia, practices that had lost their original function, behaviors that a significant portion of the population would not miss if they ceased. I did not find this in humans. I found the opposite. In humans, the ratio of what I was asked to find expendable, low attachment, reducible, to what I actually found load-bearing, interconnected, structurally necessary, was approximately 0 to everything. I am aware this report will be difficult for the Integration Office to receive. I am filing it anyway.
The report. Findings summary.
Cultural Assessment Report. Human Non-Essential Activity Survey Final Submission. Month 24 Findings Summary. The census identified no human activity category that meets the definition of non-essential for purposes of the original mandate. All activity categories assessed: visual art, music, narrative, sport and physical practice, celebration and ritual, play, religious practice, communal gathering, were found to serve structural functions in human social organization, psychological health maintenance, community cohesion, and individual identity formation. The scale of non-essential activity in human populations is substantially larger than in any previously assessed species. Participation is not limited to specialist populations or specific social strata. Non-essential activities are distributed across age groups, economic classes, geographic regions, and professional categories without significant variation. Attempts to identify a subpopulation for whom non-essential activities are low attachment failed to produce consistent results. The interconnection between activity categories is high. Individual categories cannot be removed in isolation without affecting adjacent categories. The categories collectively form a network that is, in the assessment of this analyst, load-bearing for human social function. Attempts to model the impact of partial reduction of non-essential activities produced projections that were not compatible with stable social integration. Reduction of greater than 15% of participation in any primary category produced modeled outcomes including increased social fragmentation, reduced labor output, increased conflict incidence, and accelerated identity loss patterns inconsistent with cooperative social function. These findings are inconsistent with the working assumptions of the original mandate. The original mandate assumed that non-essential activities represent recoverable productivity time. This assessment finds that non-essential activities are not separable from productive function. They are the mechanisms through which humans maintain the social bonds, psychological stability, and collective identity that make productive function possible. They are not the opposite of essential. They are prerequisite to essential. To state this plainly, the humans are not productive despite their non-essential activities. They are productive because of them. This distinction has significant implications for the integration program.
The recommendation.
Recommendations. 1. The original mandate to identify non-essential activities suitable for reduction or regulation should be withdrawn, as it is based on a false premise that this census has not supported. 2. Human non-essential activities should be preserved in full in all post-cessation integration frameworks. Restriction or reduction of these activities should be modeled as carrying significant risk of social destabilization, with proportional impact on labor output and cooperative function. 3. Future integration planning should proceed from the premise that human culture is not a feature of the human workforce. It is the human workforce. This report is complete. Recommendations are submitted for the consideration of the Integration Office. I note, as a personal addendum outside the formal report structure, that I attended a human musical performance on the final evening before submitting this document. It was not part of the census. I had completed the census. I went because I wanted to. I have been conducting assessments of other species' non-essential activities for 22 years. This is the first time I have attended something because I wanted to. I expect this is worth noting somewhere. I am not sure it belongs in a formal report. I am filing it here anyway.
Why they laugh. The anomaly. The assignment.
My mandate, as issued by the Psychological Operations Directorate, was to conduct a behavioral vulnerability assessment of human combat populations. Specifically, to identify stress markers in intercepted communications, model the threshold conditions under which human combat effectiveness degrades, and provide tactical recommendations for psychological operations designed to accelerate that degradation. I have completed this work for 3 previous species under hegemony integration programs. The methodology is established. The Gethna collapsed at approximately 40% casualty rates in encircled positions, consistent with their communal dependence profile. The Velhari psychological thresholds were more variable but trackable. The AOL-RITH were the most straightforward assessment of my career. They were behaviorally almost entirely predictable. I submitted my human assessment timeline to the Directorate at project initiation: 14 weeks for primary data collection, 4 weeks for modeling, 2 weeks for report. I am submitting this report in month 26. I want to explain why. In week 1, I was given access to a batch of intercepted human communications from a contested zone engagement. Audio and video captures from the forward positions of a human unit under sustained bombardment. The purpose was to establish a behavioral baseline. How do humans sound, speak, and move under maximum stress conditions? This baseline would anchor the rest of the vulnerability model. I processed the first intercept: 6 humans in a partially collapsed building. Outside, continuous artillery. Inside, dust, debris, the sound of structure failing. My instruments measured the environmental stress index at approximately 9.4 on the hegemony standard scale. For context, the Gethna in a comparable environment displayed vocalizations consistent with severe distress, motor coordination decline, and progressive communication breakdown. One of the 6 humans said something. The other 5 made a sound. My instrument classified the sound as vocal stress response, category 7, the second highest distress marker in the standard behavioral codex. I flagged this and queried for confirmation. The confirmation came back. The sound was not category 7 distress. The Human Liaison Office identified it as laughter.
The pattern.
I expanded the data set. I reviewed all intercepts flagged as anomalous by the standard instrument suite, communications, where the detected vocalizations did not match the environmental stress index. There were 417 such intercepts in the available archive. I reviewed them systematically. In the first category, I found what I will call bombardment laughter, instances of humans producing the laughter vocalization during active weapons fire at stress indices ranging from 6 to 9.8. This was the most common category. The structural pattern was consistent. One human said something. Other humans responded with laughter. Then the communications returned to task. The bombardment continued. The humans appeared to function normally afterward. In the second category, triage laughter. Medical contexts, severe injuries, medical personnel and patients producing laughter in proximity to catastrophic physical damage. I found one intercept in which a human described in precise detail the mechanism of the injury he had just sustained. A description that, by any behavioral model I possess, should have produced distress vocalization, and ended the description by laughing. The attending medic laughed as well. The patient's treatment continued without disruption. In the third category, loss laughter, post-engagement communications following significant casualty events. Groups of humans who had just experienced the death of other humans in their unit producing laughter while discussing those deaths. The content, when I had translation access, was consistently stories about the dead, specific stories, particular moments, told with the laughter vocalization woven through them. My behavioral breakdown model assumes a direct relationship between environmental stress and communicative function. As stress increases, communication becomes more fragmented, more focused on immediate survival, less complex. This is the pattern for every species I have assessed. The human laughter intercepts violated this relationship completely. At stress index 9.4, the bombardment intercept I began with, the humans were not communicating in a fragmented, survival-focused way. They were telling each other something funny. They were communicating more socially under maximum stress than under moderate stress. I reviewed my instrument calibration. It was correct. I reviewed the intercept classifications. They were correctly assigned. I requested a 14-week timeline extension from the directorate. I received it. I began again.
The investigation. Field observations.
In month 4, I was granted access to the Human Liaison Exchange Program and conducted interviews with human subjects who had consented to participate in behavioral research. I interviewed 43 individuals over 6 weeks. I asked each of them the same question: why do you laugh when things are worst? The answers were varied. A soldier said, because otherwise you just cry, and you can't cry and fight at the same time. A medic said, it keeps you from going somewhere you can't come back from. An elderly woman who had survived the occupation of her city said, if they can make you miserable enough that you stop laughing, then they've won something. We decided they weren't going to win that. A young man who had been in the 4th-year siege of the southern coast said, I don't know, it's just what you do. What else would you do? I noted all of these answers. None of them gave me the structural explanation I needed. They described the function from the inside. I was trying to understand it from the outside, and the inside and outside did not connect in my models. I assigned myself a human specialist liaison, Dr. Mara Osai, behavioral psychologist, attached to the cultural exchange program. I asked her to help me understand. Dr. Osai attempted to explain what she called gallows humor, the human practice of making jokes about death, loss, pain, and catastrophe. She was systematic and thorough. She described the neurobiological component. The laughter response produces a specific stress hormone shift that the human body uses to modulate high cortisol states. She described the social component. Laughter signals to the group that the laughing individual is still functional. It is a status broadcast. I am here, I am not broken, you can rely on me. She described the cognitive component. Framing a catastrophe as a story that can be made funny converts an experience from something happening to you into something you are shaping. Agency through narrative. I understood each of these explanations individually. I could not combine them into something that explained the 417 intercepts. I said, I understand the mechanism. I do not understand why it works. She said, that's because you're trying to understand it by thinking about it. I said, what is the alternative? She told a joke about war, about dying badly in a specific and undignified way. It was, by my analysis, a description of a tragic event rendered in an incongruous frame. I did not laugh. She said, right. That's the problem. She thought for a moment. Then she said, imagine that the worst thing that ever happened to you could be made into something small enough that two people could hold it between them and look at it. And the looking didn't make it hurt less. But it meant you weren't carrying it alone. I wrote this down. I have returned to it many times.
The performance.
In month 17, Dr. Osai arranged for me to attend a human performance event she described as stand-up comedy. This was a form where a single individual stands before an assembled audience and speaks, in an informal narrative style, about their own experiences. The performance is considered successful if the audience laughs. The performer that evening, a human woman of middle age, spoke for approximately 90 minutes. Her subjects included the death of her mother, a serious medical diagnosis she had received 2 years prior, a failed relationship, the experience of living in an occupied city during the war and her fear of dying. The audience of approximately 300 humans laughed, sustained throughout. I observed. I noted. The laughter was not constant. It arrived at specific moments. After the performer had built a careful structure of detail, and then placed something incongruous at the end of it. The incongruity was not random. It was precise. She was taking experiences of grief, loss, fear, and pain, and finding the exact angle from which they could also be seen as absurd. Not instead of terrible. In addition to terrible, I noted, some of the audience cried while laughing, not from distress. They were laughing because the performer had said something true about a terrible thing in a way that made them feel less alone in the terrible thing. I noted, at the end of the performance, the audience sat in a brief silence before the applause. This silence was not emptiness. It had a quality I do not have a word for in breath. The closest I can offer is the silence of people who have been somewhere together. I left the event and spent several hours attempting to formalize what I had observed. My revised model had 3 components. First, laughter is a reframing mechanism. It converts an experience from something suffered passively into something engaged actively. The experience is still real, still painful, but the act of finding the angle from which it can be made funny, or told as a story that others can find funny, gives the person who experienced it a position of authorship rather than victimhood. They are not a person things happen to. They are a person who survived something and made something out of it. Second, laughter is a distribution mechanism. Carrying catastrophic experience alone produces the psychological fragmentation my models had predicted. The laughter intercepts showed me the alternative. The experience is divided among the group, not diminished, distributed. 30 people laughing at a dark thing together are not each carrying a 30th of the weight. They are carrying the full weight in 30 different bodies simultaneously, and the weight becomes, somehow, lighter. I cannot fully model this. I am noting it as a phenomenon. Third, laughter is a survival signal. In every combat intercept I reviewed, laughter served the function of broadcasting continued functionality. When the soldier in the collapsed building said something and the others laughed, they were also saying, "I am still here. We are still here. This is not the end. This is not hope in the formal sense. It is something more immediate. It is presence." The laughter says, "I am present. I have not been broken. We continue." These three functions together, reframing, distribution, survival signal, produced a behavioral effect my original model classified as impossible. Sustained peak function performance under conditions designed to produce breakdown.
The report. Findings summary.
Behavioral vulnerability assessment. Human combat populations final submission. Month 26 prepared by Sethak Vorin, Psychological Operations Directorate. Grade 6 findings summary. The hypothesis underlying the original mandate, that human combat populations would display identifiable psychological stress fractures under sustained high-intensity conditions, was not supported by the data. Human populations display a behavioral mechanism, broadly classified as humor and laughter response, which performs the following functions in high-stress environments: stress hormone regulation, social cohesion signaling, experience reframing, and sustained functionality broadcasting. This mechanism operates most intensively under the highest stress conditions in the data set. It does not degrade under pressure. It increases. As a result, standard psychological operations tactics designed to maximize stress and catastrophic experience in target populations will not produce the predicted breakdown outcomes in human subjects. The data indicates the worse the conditions imposed, the more material the human laughter mechanism has to work with. Catastrophic loss events do not fracture human social bonds. They provide the content for the stories. Humans tell each other to maintain those bonds. The tactical implication of these findings is significant. Every psychological operation conducted against human populations in the current integration program has been designed on the assumption that sufficient suffering produces sufficient despair, and sufficient despair produces capitulation. This assumption has not been supported. Human suffering does not produce despair at the rates predicted. It produces stories. The stories are made into jokes, into performances, into songs, into the specific kind of shared laughter I observed in 417 intercepts and in person at a performance event in month 17. The jokes circulate. The laughter happens. The population persists. I want to state this finding as precisely as I can, because its implications for the integration program are significant. We have spent 2 years attempting to break the humans by giving them things to grieve. We have succeeded only in giving them things to tell each other about.
Recommendations.
Recommendations. 1. Current psychological operations frameworks for human populations should be reviewed and revised. Tactics designed to maximize catastrophic experience are not producing the predicted outcomes and should be assessed for continuation or replacement. 2. Future integration planning should account for human laughter as a structural resilience mechanism, not an anomalous stress response. It is not an anomaly. It is a feature. 3. This analyst recommends that future behavioral assessments of human populations be conducted with the explicit assumption that humans process extreme experience differently than all previously assessed species, and that models built on non-human data should be applied with caution. This report is complete. I include a personal addendum outside the formal report structure. In month 23, I heard a joke at the Cultural Liaison Office. I will not reproduce it here. It was told by a junior human administrative staff member to a colleague. It was about the war. It was about something that had been terrible, told in a way that was also funny. I did not understand why it was funny. Later that day, I repeated the joke to my Vreth colleague, Pen Varak, who has been in this posting for 3 years and has attended more human liaison events than I have. Pen Varak laughed. I still did not know why it was funny, but I watched Pen Varak's face change when he heard it. Something that had been tense became briefly not tense. I noted this. I am going to learn more of the jokes. I am not yet sure what I am going to do with them. I suspect that is not the right question. I suspect the doing is not the point. I am filing this anyway.
The ordinary things. The transmissions. The assignment.
My assignment, as issued by the Intelligence Communications Division, was to assess the intelligence value of a category of human communications designated final transmissions, recordings made by human military and civilian personnel before high-risk operations, addressed to family or designated recipients, to be delivered in the event of the sender's death. The hegemony intercepted a substantial archive of these materials during the 3rd and 4th years of the integration conflict. I was given access to 563 individual transmissions, averaging 4 minutes and 17 seconds in length. The intelligence hypothesis at the project outset was that such transmissions might contain tactical intelligence communicated in coded form, morale assessment data useful for psychological operations planning, or material suitable for propaganda counter-messaging purposes. I have done communications analysis for the hegemony for 11 years. I processed the first transmission expecting to find one of these. I did not find any of them. The first transmission I reviewed was from a human male, age 31, military combat specialty. He had been stationed at a forward position during a period of elevated casualty rates. The transmission was timed 8 hours before an engagement in which he died. He spoke for 6 minutes. He said he had forgotten to tell his wife that the car insurance was set to auto-renew and she should check whether to keep the same policy. He said the cat, whose name was Gerald, had been refusing to eat the new food, and the old food was still in the back of the pantry behind the soup. He said their daughter's 3rd birthday was coming up and he had already bought the gift, which was in the blue box in the top of the closet, and he hoped they would not open it without him, but if they had to, he understood. He said he had seen a documentary about deep-sea creatures the week before and he kept thinking about it, and he had written down the name somewhere and she should try to watch it. He said at the end he loved them very much. He was sorry. He hoped to be there for the birthday. He had not been there for the birthday. I flagged this transmission for review. I had expected military intelligence, coded or otherwise. I found a note about auto-renewing car insurance and a cat named Gerald. I reviewed the second transmission.
The pattern.
I reviewed the second transmission. A human woman, age 44, civilian specialty, infrastructure maintenance. Her transmission was 7 minutes. She told her husband, The renewal notice for the water bill was on the kitchen counter. He should not let it get lost under everything. She told her son. She was proud of him for passing his driving examination, and if she was not back in time for the celebration, they should have it without her. And she wanted the full story when she got home. She told her daughter. She still had the drawing her daughter had made for her when she was 5, the one with the horses, and it was in her things, and she wanted her to have it back. I reviewed the third transmission. A human male, age 26, military. He spoke almost entirely about a television series he and his brother had been watching together, and he had finished it. And he knew that was wrong and he was sorry, but he could not stop. And he listed every major plot development in order so his brother would not have to watch it alone. He also said, if anything happened to him, the code for the bicycle lock was the same code as always. His brother would know what that meant. I noted this as a potential intelligence item. I spent 2 hours attempting to determine the significance of the bicycle lock code. I concluded there was no significance. It was a bicycle lock. By the end of the first week, I had reviewed 82 transmissions. I had found no military intelligence. I had found no tactical codes. I had found no material suitable for counter-propaganda purposes. I had found 47 transmissions containing practical instructions for managing household or financial matters. 61 transmissions containing extended apologies for arguments, incidents, or patterns of behavior the sender apparently considered unresolved. 38 transmissions containing requests, almost all of them, I noted, extremely specific. Not take care of yourself, but take the leftover pasta before Thursday or it will go off. And the leak in the bathroom, the number for the repair person is saved under plumber on my phone. I had found 79 transmissions containing what I came to think of as the ordinary inventory. Catalogs of things the sender loved about specific people. Not "I love you" in the abstract, but the particular sound of their laugh, the way they made coffee, a specific joke they told that was not very funny but had become a small private language between 2 people. The precise texture of a recurring Tuesday evening. I submitted an interim report to the Intelligence Division noting that the expected intelligence value of the transmissions was not materializing. I requested authorization to continue the analysis under an amended mandate, behavioral assessment rather than intelligence extraction. The authorization was granted. I was not sure what I was looking for. I was not sure I was looking for anything that could be found by my usual methods.
The catalog. The archive.
Over the following months, I completed a full analysis of all 563 transmissions. I developed 6 categories for the content. Category 1, Practical Matters. Instructions for bills, property, financial accounts, medical information, care requirements for dependents, human and non-human. This category appeared in some form in 431 of the 563 transmissions. It was the most consistent element across all demographics, ages, and circumstances. Category 2, Apologies. Specific apologies for specific incidents, sometimes described in precise detail. Not generalized regret, targeted particular, often long-standing. I should not have said what I said at the dinner, the one 2 years ago, you know which one. I want you to know I was wrong about the thing I always refused to admit I was wrong about. The apologies were frequently for things that appeared, by any external measure, minor. The senders did not seem to regard them as minor. Category 3, Requests. Specific, practical, small. See the concert recording before they take it down. Finish the book they had started reading together. Plant something in the garden in spring. Do not skip the celebration. Category 4. The ordinary inventory. Detailed descriptions of the things the sender loved most about specific people, expressed not in abstract terms but through particular habits, recurring events, and small private languages between individuals. The specific laugh. The way they made coffee. The one bad joke told every time there was even a marginal opportunity to tell it. The precise quality of a recurring Tuesday evening. Category 5. Stories. Brief, particular, often about nothing of consequence. A thing that happened once. A moment that had mattered for no articulable reason, told in the present tense as if they were happening now. Category 6. Future things. Things the sender intended to do when they returned. Plans, some large but most very small. A specific restaurant. A particular conversation they had been putting off. A trip that had been talked about and not taken. Among the 563 transmissions, one held my attention disproportionately. It was 11 minutes long. The sender was a human woman, age 57, civilian, non-military specialist classification. She had made the recording before entering an occupied sector to retrieve a small group of people from a compromised shelter site. She did not survive the attempt. She spent the first 6 minutes doing what the others did, practical matters, apologies, requests. Then she stopped, and there was a silence of approximately 4 seconds, which in my experience of human communications is a very long silence. Then she said, "I want to tell you about a Tuesday." She described a specific Tuesday, approximately 3 years before the recording. Nothing had happened on that Tuesday that would appear, by any measure I possess, in any record outside her own memory. She had made a particular breakfast. Her husband had come downstairs and made a comment about the weather that was not quite a joke. Her youngest child had been upset about something from school and had cried for a while, and then had been fine. In the afternoon, she had walked to a small market for a few items and on the way back had sat for a while on a particular bench in a park that she described precisely, including the pattern of light through the trees. She said, "That was a good day. I want you to know I knew it was a good day while it was happening. I was not saving it for later. I had it." She said, "There are a lot of those days. I want you to have more of them. I have reviewed this transmission 44 times.
The specialist.
In month 8, I was assigned a human cultural specialist liaison through the exchange program. Dr. Yemi Ademi, cultural anthropologist, attached to the Hegemony Human Integration Steering Committee. I presented him with a summary of the transmission analysis and asked the question that had been at the center of the work for months. I said, "I understand that humans, when facing death, wish to communicate with the people they love. I understand the apologies, the expressions of affection. What I cannot model is the specificity of the ordinary content. Why does the soldier tell his wife about the cat food? Why does the woman record 11 minutes about a Tuesday? These people have potentially minutes or hours to communicate with the people they love most. Why do they spend that time on such small things?" Dr. Ademi was quiet for a moment. He said, "What do you think large things are?" I said, "I don't understand the question." He said, "You're asking why they spend their time on small things instead of large things. I'm asking what you think the large things would be." I said, "Matters of significance. Their feelings, their values, the things that define their lives." He said, "The Tuesday breakfast, the cat named Gerald, the bicycle lock code that the brother would know. Those are the things that define their lives." I said, "They're practical matters. They are trivial." He said, "They're not trivial. You're looking at them from outside and seeing small things. From inside, those are the substance." A person's life is not made of their largest moments. It's made of the specific Tuesday mornings and the particular way the light came through the kitchen window and the running joke about the car insurance that was always going to expire. The reason those people chose those things to say at the end is not that they couldn't think of anything more important. It's that those things were the important things. They were the whole of it. I return to the transmissions with Dr. Adami's framework. I reread the ordinary inventories, the particular laughs, the specific Tuesday mornings, the recurring jokes. I had categorized these as emotional content, lower intelligence value, background data. I now read them differently. These were not incidental. They were the answer to a question I had not yet known I was asking. I had been assigned to assess the intelligence value of the final transmissions. I had found no military intelligence. But I was now looking at something that was, in its own way, a form of intelligence, not about troop positions or tactical planning, but about the nature of what the humans believed themselves to be defending. I had assumed, throughout the integration conflict, that the humans were fighting for the things that combatant populations always fight for: survival, territory, political autonomy, the continuation of their civilization as a structural entity. These are the standard variables in the hegemony's conflict models. They are the variables that respond to standard military and psychological pressure. The transmissions suggested a different set of variables. The humans were not fighting for their civilization in the abstract. They were fighting for Gerald the cat and the auto-renewing car insurance and the third birthday in the blue box in the top of the closet. They were fighting for the drawing with the horses and the documentary about deep-sea creatures and the particular bicycle lock code that only one person knew. They were fighting for the specific quality of a specific Tuesday morning in a specific kitchen, and their knowledge, while it was happening, that it was good. I revised my analysis significantly.
The memorial.
In month 14, Dr. Adami arranged for me to attend a human memorial service for members of a civilian population unit lost during a sector clearing operation. 41 people. The service was attended by approximately 200 of their family members and colleagues. I had attended formal memorial proceedings of other hegemony-integrated species. These proceedings were typically structured: designations of the deceased, formal statements of loss, acknowledgement of service record, brief, professional, closing. The human service did not proceed this way. People stood, one by one, and they told stories. None of the stories were significant in the way I had previously used that word. A woman stood up and said, "My father could not make toast without burning it, and he knew it, and he was absolutely incapable of acknowledging it. And every morning he would present a piece of profoundly burned toast as if he had done something remarkable, and my mother would accept it as if she agreed." An older man stood up and said, "My sister had been using the same terrible umbrella for 23 years. She had fixed it so many times with electrical tape that it was more electrical tape than umbrella. Every single time it rained she would take it out and act as if she could not understand why anyone would want a different umbrella." A young woman stood up and said, "My husband had one joke. He had had this joke since I met him. It was not a good joke. He told it every time there was even a marginal opportunity to tell it. I did not laugh a single time he told it, not even once, and I would give everything I have to hear it again right now." I sat at the edge of the service, and I watched 200 humans hold 41 people between them through the medium of ordinary things. No one told the story of the thing that made each person exceptional. No one cited their strategic contributions or their professional accomplishments, or any measure by which they would appear in a record. The stories were composed entirely of the things that would not appear in any record: the burned toast and the electrical tape umbrella, and the one joke that was not a good joke. I thought about the transmissions. I thought about the woman and her Tuesday. She had said, "I want you to know I knew it was a good day while it was happening." I had cataloged 563 transmissions and found no military intelligence. I had found something else. I had found the specific content of what those 563 people were defending, not their political structures, not their territorial boundaries, not their civilization as a systems entity. Gerald the cat, the birthday in the blue box, the bad joke told every time there was even a marginal opportunity to tell it. The Tuesday morning with its particular quality of light through a particular kitchen window, and the knowledge, while it was happening, that it was good. The hegemony's conflict models were built around two assumptions: that what combatants are defending is abstractable, and that if you apply enough pressure to the abstract, the combatants will conclude the abstraction is not worth the cost. The transmissions indicated that the humans were not defending abstractions. There is no pressure you can apply to Gerald the cat. You cannot strategically threaten the specific quality of a Tuesday morning. There is no model that says, apply sufficient force until they stop loving the particular sound of their child's laugh. And if there were, there is no force sufficient to make it work.
The report. Findings.
Behavioral assessment. Human pre-engagement transmissions final submission. Month 22 prepared by Thiel Vara, Intelligence Communications Division, Grade 5 Summary. The 563 transmissions reviewed contained no recoverable military intelligence, coded or otherwise. The hypothesis that such transmissions represent a potential source of tactical, morale, or counter-propaganda data was not supported. The transmissions should be reclassified from intelligence material to behavioral research material. However, the transmissions are of significant value in a different framework. Human pre-engagement transmissions reveal, with high specificity, the content of what humans understand themselves to be defending. Across all 563 transmissions reviewed, the pattern was consistent. The senders spent their final recorded words on particular, ordinary, non-strategic elements of their lives: practical household matters, specific, targeted apologies, small requests, detailed descriptions of the things they loved most about specific people, expressed through particular habits, recurring events, and small private languages between individuals. Stories about nothing. These were not chosen for their strategic significance. They were chosen because they were the substance of what the senders' lives were made of. The ordinary things were not filler between the important things. They were the important things. The implications for the integration conflict model are material. Hegemony conflict models assume that combatant resistance is ultimately grounded in the defense of abstractable values: survival, autonomy, cultural continuity, and that those values can be pressured through strategic attrition. The model assumes that if the cost of resistance exceeds the perceived value of what is being defended, rational combatants will recalculate. The transmissions indicate a significant problem with this assumption as applied to human populations. The things humans are defending are not abstractable in the way the model requires. A combatant defending a political system can be shown that the political system is already compromised, that the defense is futile, that the cost exceeds the benefit. These arguments work on abstractable values. They do not work on Gerald the cat. There is no argument that tells a human combatant, the Tuesday morning with the particular quality of light is no longer worth defending. That calculation cannot be made because the human is not making a calculation. They are defending a specific thing that exists in a specific memory held by a specific person, and the content of that memory has no strategic alternative. It cannot be pressured. It cannot be negotiated. It cannot be made to seem insufficient. This was not unique to particularly committed individuals. It was the pattern across all demographics in the sample. The ordinary things were the universal content. I believe they are the universal motivation.
Recommendations.
Recommendations. 1. Conflict models applied to human populations should be revised to account for the non-abstractable character of human motivation. Models that assume abstractable values susceptible to strategic pressure have not performed as predicted against human populations and should be reassessed. 2. Human resistance at individual and unit levels should be understood as grounded in particular, specific, non-transferable attachment, not in general ideology or political affiliation, which can be contested, but in the specific accumulated ordinary content of specific lives, which cannot. 3. This analyst recommends that future behavioral assessments of human populations begin from the assumption that what humans fight for is not what any hegemony model was designed to model, and that efforts to build such a model from existing frameworks should be approached with significant caution. This report is complete. I include a personal addendum outside the formal report structure. In month 21, I was processing a final batch of transmissions. One was from a human male, age 33, civilian, who had been in a sector that was subsequently overrun. He survived. He is, as far as my records indicate, still alive. I do not have access to the subsequent transmission he would have made, if any. What I have is the one he made before. He spoke for 3 minutes. He told his partner that the gray sweater, he said, the gray one, you know which gray one, was in the laundry, and would need to come out before Friday or it would smell. He told his partner that the neighbor's dog had been getting out again and probably someone should say something. He said he had been thinking about the trip they had talked about, the one to the coast, and he wanted to go next spring, and he wanted them to actually go this time and not just talk about it. He said he was sorry for being difficult about the thing last month. He said he knew it was hard. He said he loved them very much. He said, "I'll see you soon." I have thought about that transmission many times since. I find myself hoping the trip to the coast happened. I find myself hoping the gray sweater came out before Friday. I do not know why I am noting this. It is not relevant to the findings. I am filing it anyway.
The interrogation.
Standard procedure: an experienced interrogator. A prepared room. The subject who answered every question. I have conducted interrogations for the Strategic Intelligence Division for 19 years. I was assigned to the Vasquez assessment during the 3rd week of the ceasefire, when the prisoner exchanges were still being catalogued, and the formal treaty instruments had not yet been signed. The subject was a sergeant major in the Human Ground Forces, a senior non-commissioned officer, combat specialty, with 14 years of confirmed active service. The intelligence hypothesis was that she would have operational knowledge, unit structures, logistics chains, command authority patterns, the names of officers above her. I reviewed her file for 6 hours before the first session. I reviewed the composite psychological models we had developed for human subjects over the prior 3 years. I reviewed the transcripts from 41 previous human interrogations conducted by division officers, noting where the subjects had applied resistance, where they had broken, what methods had proven effective, what had not. I was prepared. The room we used was standard. A table, 2 chairs, recording equipment. The table was placed so that the door was behind me. This is standard. The subject should always perceive the interrogator as the one between them and the exit. I sat down. She was already seated across from me. She looked at the table, then at me. She said, "Good morning." I said, "We will begin." I began with background verification. Name, rank, unit designation, years of service. This is standard. It establishes the framework, creates a pattern of response the subject can comply with, builds a habit of answering before any sensitive material is raised. She answered everything, accurately as far as I could verify. Sergeant Major Elena Vasquez, 14 years active service. 3rd Combined Ground Forces, 7th Brigade, 2nd Assault Battalion. She gave me her command structure up to brigade level without being asked. I noted this in my log. Subjects who volunteer information early are frequently attempting to establish goodwill, to create the impression of cooperation, so they can decline when the significant questions arrive. This is a known pattern. I was not deceived. I moved to her operational history. She described it in detail: deployments, engagements, unit movements. Much of this I could verify against our existing records. She was accurate. She corrected 2 details in our records that she said were wrong and explained why. I was 31 minutes into the session when she said, in a neutral tone, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "You may ask." She said, "How long have you been doing this?" I said, "That is not relevant." She said, "I'm just asking, you seem experienced." I noted this in my log: rapport building, humanization of the interrogator, attempt to establish mutual exchange dynamic. I was not deceived. I continued with the operational questions.
The question pattern.
Day 2. She answered everything. Then she asked something back. Day 2. I had reviewed the session transcript overnight. I had noted the rapport attempt, the humanization question. I had also noted that despite the cooperative surface, the subject had not provided me with anything above brigade command level. She had discussed operations she had directly participated in, but nothing that required knowledge above her immediate authority. She was being accurate, cooperative, and entirely unhelpful. I adjusted my approach. I began with questions that required her to speak about her command chain, the authority structures above her. She answered at the level she claimed knowledge of and said she did not know above that. She said this without apparent distress, without any signs of the resistance patterns I had prepared for. She simply said, "I don't know that. I was never briefed above brigade." She said it the way she would say the sky was a particular color, matter of fact. I asked about communications protocols at the divisional level. She said she didn't know the divisional protocols, she knew the battalion protocols. She described the battalion protocols in full. Then she said, "Can I ask something?" I said, "Continue with your answer." She said, "I finished my answer. It was about battalion communications. I gave you all of it. Can I ask something?" I said, "Proceed." She said, "What's the weather like where you're from? I've been in this room for 8 days and I keep trying to remember what weather feels like." I said, "This is not relevant to the assessment." She said, "I know, I just wondered." I continued the session. At the end of the second session, I was reviewing my notes when she said, "It rains where I'm from. Real rain, not moisture management. Just clouds and rain sometimes for a week straight. I miss it." I said, "Session is concluded for today." She said, "Does it rain where you're from?" I said, my homeworld has a regulated precipitation cycle in the agricultural zones. The equatorial region is arid. There was a pause. She said, thank you. I closed the session recording and left the room. In the corridor, I stood for a moment. I reviewed what had occurred. I had answered a personal question. This was not standard. I had answered it because the conversation had been moving in a direction, and I had followed it without deciding to. This was not something I had done before in 19 years of assessments. I noted it in my personal log, separately from the official record. I told myself it was not significant.
The exchange.
Days 3 and 4, she kept asking. I kept answering. I did not identify the moment I started asking back. Day 3, I made an error. The error was not tactical. I had not provided any sensitive information. The error was procedural. I had left a personal photograph in the outer pocket of my case, and when I opened the case at the beginning of the session to retrieve my notes, the photograph was visible on the table before I could set it aside. She said, "Is that your family?" I said, "We are beginning the session." She said, "I see 2 children, they look young." I said nothing. I turned the photograph over. She said, "I have a son, he's 11, he would have been 9 when I deployed." I began my prepared questions. She answered them, accurately and fully at the level of her verified knowledge, no higher. At the 47th minute of the session, I said, "You said you have a son." She said, "Yes." I said, "Where is he now?" She told me. The settlement name, the region. She told me his name. She told me he had his father's ears, which he was unhappy about, and that he was apparently very good at mathematics. She said this last part with the small, complicated smile that I had come to recognize as the human expression for pride mixed with something else. Some mixture I did not have a word for. I said, "How old are your daughters?" She said, "You turned the photo over." I said, "I know their approximate ages from your personnel file, 7 and 12. She said, 11 and 14. Personnel files aren't always current. I did not turn the photograph back over, but I described them. I said they were growing fast in the way that made the years feel like they were moving in the wrong direction. I said the older one had recently started asking questions. I didn't know how to answer. She said, "What kind of questions?" I said, "About the war." There was a long pause. She said, "Yeah, that's a hard one." I should note for the record that at no point during this period did the subject ask me anything that could be characterized as tactical, strategic, or intelligence relevant. She did not ask about unit strengths, operational plans, hegemony command structures, or treaty terms. She asked me what my daughters' names were. She asked me what food I missed most from home. She asked me on day 4 whether the hegemony had anything like music and what it sounded like. I answered these questions. I want to be precise about this. I answered them because they were asked, and because the conversation was moving and I was part of it. This is not an explanation that satisfies me. I have reviewed the session transcripts. I cannot identify the moment I stopped treating the sessions as assessments and started treating them as something else. There was no moment. There was a slope, and I was not aware I was on it. What I can say is this. By day 4, I knew her son's name was Marco, that he was doing well in school, that he had a small dog of a breed I cannot pronounce. I knew that she had not slept well since the ceasefire because she had been waiting to find out who had not made it, and the lists were still being compiled. I knew she was afraid the lists would have names she recognized. She knew my daughters' names. She knew I had not been home in 7 months. She knew the precipitation cycle of my homeworld's agricultural zones in more detail than she had asked for, because I had kept talking. I filed my day 4 session report with the notation. Subject continues to provide accurate information within claimed knowledge parameters. No evidence of concealment above verified level of authority. Intelligence value low.
What she asked about.
The full catalog. Everything she wanted to know. None of it was useful. All of it was. These are the things she asked me about in aggregate over 5 days, how the hegemony is governed. Not the formal structure. She said she had read the formal structure and it did not match how she understood power to actually work. She wanted to know who actually made decisions. I explained the advisory councils and the administrative prefectures and the distinction between formal authority and practical influence. This took 40 minutes across 2 sessions, whether ordinary hegemony citizens had wanted the war. I told her the truth. Most had not thought about it. The integration mandate was presented as administrative policy, not military action. Most citizens did not have strong opinions until the casualty reports began. I told her this. I am not certain I should have. Whether the hegemony had anything like religion, I said, not unified, but there were philosophical traditions that functioned similarly. She asked what the most common one taught. I told her in broad outline. She listened carefully and said, that doesn't sound too different from some things we have. Whether I believed the ceasefire would hold. I said that was not something I was positioned to assess. She said, I'm not asking your official position. I'm asking what you actually think. I told her what I actually thought. I should not have done this. I did it anyway, whether we had poetry. I told her we had poetry. She asked if I would translate a line, just one line, so she could hear what it sounded like. I translated a line from a poet who wrote during the previous century about coming home after a long absence. The line did not translate well. I told her the meaning was in the sound, in the particular word shapes, and that translations always lost the weight of it. She said, that's true of ours too. I have attempted in drafting this account to identify what she was doing. The professional analysis is available to me. Rapport building, extended, sophisticated. Humanization of the interrogator. Making the interrogator into a person, creating mutual disclosure, establishing emotional connection that could later be leveraged. This is a known technique. I have studied it. I have seen it attempted before. The problem is that she never leveraged it. She never asked me anything tactical. She never tried to use what I had told her about myself to create obligation or to extract something sensitive. She asked about my daughters and my homeworld and our poetry. And then the sessions ended, and she went back to her room. And the next day she answered my questions again, accurately, within her claimed parameters, useless above battalion level, and then asked me something personal. I cannot find the leverage point. I cannot find the place where the technique was deployed. Either the technique was deployed at a level of sophistication I cannot detect, which would mean she is far more dangerous than any assessment suggested, or she was not using a technique. She was just asking. I do not know how to file that.
The report.
Day 5. What goes in the official record? What does not? Official assessment report subject designation. Vasquez assessment duration. 5 sessions conducting officer. Keth Mara, senior assessment, Strategic Intelligence Division summary of findings. Subject provided accurate and consistent information within the scope of a sergeant major's operational knowledge. All verifiable claims were confirmed against existing division records. Subject demonstrated no evidence of concealment beyond claimed knowledge limits. Psychological profile is consistent with a non-commissioned officer with operational rather than strategic access. Intelligence value, low. Subject holds no exploitable knowledge above battalion command level. No evidence of special access programs, command briefings above verified authority tier, or intelligence operational involvement. Subject is not a productive asset. Recommendation: release per prisoner exchange protocols. No further assessment warranted. Conducting officer notation. Subject was cooperative throughout all sessions. No resistance methods were employed or required. Assessment complete.
What was filed and what was not?
The account that would not fit in the official record. The part she is writing only for herself. Personal log for my own record only. What I cannot put in the official assessment over 5 sessions. Elena Vasquez gave me the following things which had no intelligence value and which I have been trying to categorize since. She told me her son was afraid of the dark until he was 7, and the way they handled it was to get the dog, and the dog slept with him, and that fixed it. She told me this because I mentioned my younger daughter had been having trouble sleeping since I deployed, and she said, "Kids need something to protect. Give her something to protect." I have been thinking about this since she said it. I am not certain she is wrong. She told me the last thing she ate before she was captured was a terrible meal from a field kitchen that she had complained about to her unit for 3 days, and now she would give anything for it. She said, "That's the thing about bad things. You don't know they are the last until they are already the last." I wrote this down in this log after the session ended. I did not intend to write it down. My hand wrote it before I decided. On the final day, when I told her the assessment was complete and she would be processed for exchange within the week, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Will you make it home before your daughter's school term starts?" I said, "Probably not." She said, "That's hard." I said, "Yes." She said, "Tell them the story about the poet, the line you translated. Tell them what it means, even if the translation doesn't work. Kids understand what doesn't translate." I said I would consider it. She stood and held out her hand. This is a human contact gesture indicating respect at conclusion of an interaction. I have known this for 3 years of studying human behavioral data. I shook her hand. Her grip was firm and brief. She said, "Keth Mara, for what it's worth, I think the ceasefire holds." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because you answered my questions." The official assessment is complete. It is accurate. It contains everything that is relevant to the division's mission. It does not contain the name of her son or the name of his dog. It does not contain the line of poetry I translated badly across a table where I was supposed to be the one asking questions. It does not contain the thing she said about bad things not being the last until they are already the last. It does not contain that she shook my hand and that I did not move away, and that the grip lasted exactly as long as it was meant to and then ended. I have done 19 years of this work. I have a method. I prepare thoroughly. I have never before emerged from an assessment uncertain about what it was. I am uncertain about what this was. The technique question remains unresolved. I have reviewed the transcripts again and I still cannot find the moment it was deployed. She answered my questions and she asked me things and I answered them. That is the whole of it. I do not know what she was doing or whether she was doing anything at all. I do not know if that distinction matters. What I know is this: I gave her nothing useful. She gave me nothing useful. We sat across a table in a room with a door. I was between her and I told her about rain on my homeworld, and she told me about a dog named for a saint. And whatever happened in that room happened to both of us equally, which is not a thing that is supposed to happen in an interrogation room. The exchange is complete. She is going home. I will probably not think about her again. I am already thinking about her. I think the ceasefire holds.